now for the Leafs and kind of what they've done with minimal draft picks. It's really impressive. Like, you look at the 2022 draft now, and you have Fraser Minten in the lineup tonight. You have Nikita Grabankin in the lineup tonight, and Dennis Hildeby has played a couple of games there. They had 5 total picks, and 3 of those guys have played for the team either already this season or are going to have played for the team already this season after tonight. And then you look at 23 and Easton Cowan being a late first-round pick. Noah Chadwick, a guy that is really getting some praise out of the WHL, could be a Team Canada World Junior defender this year. And so I really like what the Leafs have done with minimal draft capital. Overall, they don't have kind of the wealth of prospects in terms of guys that are going to be top 6, even kind of bona fide top 9 performers. So overall, I still kind of give them a B-, but that is because of what they've done with minimal draft picks and kind of hitting on some of those. And that's also keeping in mind that somebody like Matt Nias has graduated from prospect status, who was only drafted in 2021. And so the Leafs, with not a lot of draft picks over these handful of years, have done a lot of good stuff. And so we'll see kind of how this most recent draft kind of develops over these next couple of years. It's by far the team's biggest draft class since 2020. And that 2020 class isn't looking the greatest overall, but what they've done since then has had some early, really promising returns. So overall, I think I'd give the team a B- grade for what the prospect pool is right now, considering the lack of draft picks that they've had kind of overall in recent years.
B-, Justin's quite familiar with that grade. So you
lived in that world for a long time.
Love it. B's get degrees. We appreciate your time tonight, Kyle. Thanks so much. We'll definitely be chatting soon, and enjoy all the youth tonight. And the Maple Leafs face the Vegas Golden Knights. Should be a fun one.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. Thanks for having me.
It's Kyle Cushman, Leafs and PWHL writer for The Score, with a keen eye on some Leafs prospects for us. Lots of youngins, lots of new faces. It's an interesting roster.
Yeah, it's an interesting roster tonight.
The vibes are youthful.
Leafs. Like, sometimes, between periods, is there a ton to talk about? I think with the amount of first impressions we're going to get tonight, there will be a lot to talk about in between periods. So we're thankful for that. And a guy like Kyle Cushman, I'm sure he's pretty excited that a lot of the guys he's been scouting will be featured for the Maple Leafs tonight. Featured for Vegas, a lot of familiar faces, right? Vegas is not necessarily the team that we saw win the Stanley Cup a couple of years ago. There has been some turnover, but they're kind of doing the same things. 9th in points so far this year, 24, which is the same number as the Maple Leafs, although they've played in one fewer game. Top Pacific Division, familiar place for Vegas at this point, but they're doing it a little bit different. I think they're 3rd in goals for, only 5 behind the league leading Winnipeg Jets, and only one of 3 teams averaging over 4 goals per game. They have done that. They have built this offensive, not juggernaut, but this offensive strength through one of the more productive lines in hockey with Jack Eichel, Ivan Barbashev, and Mark Stone. Mark Stone won't play, but they've got 15 goals in 157 minutes combined. Stone still day to day. But the thing that's a little bit different about Vegas is they're a little middle of the pack in terms of goals against. And really, they've been kind of playing beyond expectation given what they give up. Usually Vegas is a team that doesn't give you much, but this Vegas team has. So we'll see if some of these new guys from the Maple Leafs can take advantage of that and score some goals tonight in a matchup that will not feature Ilya Samsonov.
It'll be Adin Hill, who's one of a few goaltenders that Canadians have a keen eye on. He's got a .316 goals against average and an .866 save percentage, and is 8-3-1 with 1 shutout in 12 games played. So
good record. Stats not so great.
Yeah, I don't know. We can have a whole talk about Canadian goaltenders, but I think he might be one of the 3.
I don't know if you want to bury Adin Hill on a save percentage accrued over 13 starts.
I'm not
but
burying anyone.
It's not great. Like, it's just not what the U.S.
Hey,
has.
what a good night tonight! What a great market
Russia would have
to put on a good performance.
Sure.
All of these games for the next week or 2 are going to matter tremendously because they're picking the rosters right now.
And then for a Leaf fan specifically interested in what they're seeing in terms of the Canadian goaltending situation, a decent little run here. We saw Logan Thompson a week ago in Washington. They played Stuart Skinner and the Oilers over the weekend, and now Adin Hill. So we're kind of seeing a lot of these guys that we've been talking about and squinting while looking at their stats.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Mitch Marner's contract value. Let me tee that up a little better. Mitch Marner has been amazing since Austin Matthews has been out of the lineup.
Yeah.
Okay?
Multi-point games in 5 of 6.
He's killing it.
They've won the 5 games in which he's had multi-points, so he's been driving the success without Matthews.
Hands down. And he certainly is a guy that has stepped up in the absence of Austin Matthews to keep this record the way it is, and a lot of credit goes to him. So, of course, Kipper and Bourne, our favorites. We're having a little chat about Mitch Marner's contract value. Because
Did this go viral?
Yes. I think it did. I think it went viral.
I was being a little sarcastic.
Oh. I thought you were trying to qualify what viral means. Let's play this clip now. we can discuss.
You tell me, what do you want to see him get paid?
I don't want to see him anything.
Well, what do you think is the number?
I think he could be worth close to Leon Draisaitl.
Which is 14 million?
Yeah, 14 million.
Jesus.
No, Jesus. I'm telling you that if you stuck him out in the market as an unrestricted free agent, I think someone's going to come to him with between 13 and 14.
That's great. I think the Leafs have messed up by letting it, let's say he's worth 12. And the Leafs said, yeah, we'll give him.
Okay, hold on. Why 12?
Well, because he's probably worth about 12. Because he's
Why 12? He's making 11 now.
Because he can't produce anything at 5-on-5 on his own. He can't produce in the big games.
Oh my gosh!
These are
this
truths.
is the narrative.
Have you followed the team?
These are narratives that have been following him by
magic, by lies,
by you and others that just say he's not worth it. Get rid of him. He's not worth it.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying he's not worth being the second highest paid player in the NHL.
He over the last 5 years. Like only McDavid and maybe one other guy.
Text you have from someone telling you what to say. What is it?
Oh, stop it!
Well, come on. This is
he is the third highest producing guy the last 5 years.
I'm sure he is.
Don't tell me he's not up there with all the rest of them. But he has not delivered a Stanley Cup.
No, we're talking about.
He hasn't delivered in the playoffs.
If he gets paid $12.5 to $13 million or whatever number, that's the highest paid guys in the league. You always talk about this internal cap.
It's going up.
Matthews makes 13.5.
That's old money. You're talking about old money.
No one can pass anyone else internal caps in this internal culture, but the Leafs can't have one with their top guy.
But he may not. He might bypass it, and then
and they can't.
Well, they can, but they choose not to.
Right, like
not
other
that they
teams.
can't. They choose not to.
Right.
Okay. So lots of spice on that 2-minute clip.
Mm-hmm.
14, was it, he said 13 or 14 or 15 on the open market. I mean,
I think 14 was kind of the safe Leon
Yeah.
Draisaitl-esque number, at least what Kipper was putting
I
out
don't
there.
think the Maple Leafs should pay Mitch Marner that much money.
No, but I think here's the thing about that clip. They're both right.
Mm-hmm.
If Mitch Marner goes to free agency, someone will probably pay him in Leon Draisaitl's range because he's on the open market with 32 teams available to give him whatever he wants. Think about Johnny Gaudreau, and God rest Johnny Gaudreau's soul, clearly. But when he went to the open market, he got paid a lot of money, and it was highest bidder type stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't able to make change in Columbus just based on his talent and skill level and what he brought to the table. And yeah, there's a situation where Mitch Marner goes to market, someone pays him an exorbitant amount of money, too much money, what he's worth, I guess, in quotation marks, on the open market, but it's too much because he's not that player.
Mm-hmm.
I think both
and
things
then you're
can
playing
be
the rest
true.
of your career underperforming, I'm using air quotes, to your $14
so there's
million
two options.
contract.
You go play hockey for a lot of money and maybe it doesn't work out. Maybe he does have success, but maybe you can't really be the driver that McDavid is. Clearly, no one can. Or you fit into the internal hierarchy that is here, and it doesn't have to be so much less than Austin Matthews, but you get in line with what your current situation is. And if you do that, if you voluntarily get in line, it's not $14 million. It just can't be for this team to function in any competitive and productive way.
So do you think they should have signed him preseason?
Preseason?
Signed him as
No.
Okay.
My stance on Marner is that you should get every ounce of information and then make a decision. I think he has to play well in the playoffs for me to feel comfortable, for them to
I
get
agree.
into a relationship with him.
Or else we're doing the same
further.
thing over and over again.
And then I think it's all cards on the table. Hey, Mitch, we can't go that far. You choose what you want. Do you want to go make $15 million and live on the beach? That's fine. You want to play for this team and take a moderate raise? Then we're happy to do that too. If he gives them what they need in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that everything matters after the regular season is complete.
His price tag is relative.
Okay. Got it. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll have about 10 minutes before we send it to Puck Drop. Go through our keys to victory, our players to watch, and get you set for the first period. You're listening to Most Leagues Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Desjardins Insurance cares a lot about their clients. In fact, it's packed with such a ginormous amount of vast and substantial care that's bursting with even more whoppingly humongous and colossal care. You might be a little surprised when we tell you that all of that care fits in the palm of your hand. With the Desjardins Insurance mobile app, you'll get a big hand with 24/7 paper-free access to all of your home and auto policies, including your digital pink slip. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Craig. Craig likes it warm. Craig loves 71 degrees Fahrenheit.
What's up, insiders?
Craig doesn't understand
Thanks for hanging
Fahrenheit.
out with us tonight. It's going to be a doozy. The Vegas Golden Knights travel to Toronto to face our Leafs at Scotiabank Arena. Thank you so much for being here and clicking on our video and hanging out with us with the best Toronto sports fans in the world. Please take a second to hit that like button down below as well. Please share this link out. Let's get more hockey fans, more Leafs fans from all over the world hanging out with us. Please share it to your Twitter, your TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. And thank you. Now let's get back to the hockey. Let's go, buds. Let's get this W over another good team, the Knights. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in there.
$9 weekly at 2.99% APR for 28 months with $2,000 down. Offer includes $1,500 lease bonus. OAC conditions apply. See HondaOntario.com.
You're about to come in to some best.
Be inspired by Joel and Victoria Osteen.
Best opportunity, best relationship, best health.
Hear motivational messages whenever you need them.
The best part of your life is not behind you. The best part of your life is the next part of your life.
Be inspired 24/7.
You haven't seen, heard, or imagined what God has in store.
On Joel Osteen Radio, Sirius XM 128, and on the Sirius XM app.
The biggest plays.
What a save!
Hits.
Oh, hard hit.
Goals.
McDavid scores!
Tune to NHL Network Radio for the most in-depth hockey talk on the planet.
He is the GM of the Minnesota Wild.
Insiders.
The revenues and the big business.
And the best analysis on the air.
Alex Ovechkin!
The NHL on Sirius XM. Hear every team and your hometown call. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on demand with the Sirius XM app.
Score!
24/7 hockey talk.
Kevin Cheveldayoff, Winnipeg Jets. What the heck's with this Kyle Connor? I'm curious what you saw and how it's evolved.
His offensive instincts, really just top end. It's just been one of those guys that, play me with this guy, okay. Play me with that guy, okay. In these last couple of years, he's learned to have the layer of the defensive structure as well. That's just made him a much more complete player.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. Under review.
And nobody in Winnipeg wants to say it, but I'll say it. Connor Hellebuck did not play the level he's capable of in the playoffs. That's a big part of the equation. Connor can play better. He's one of the best goalies in the league. The Jets have been told by everybody, but me, I want that noted, I got this one right, that everyone said they're going to take a step back.
Under review with Mick Kern. 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Tampa Bay Lightning General Manager Julian Brisebois.
Can you tell us something about Nikita Kucherov, the player, the person?
He puts so much time working at his craft. He is looking to improve every little detail of his game, of his skill set. He gets rewarded by being an all-time great player, and we get rewarded by having one of the best players in the world on our team every night.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Rupp.
With the Leafs, the fact that they're trying to change some things has made me not make it so life and death every day for this team. In the past, it was like, this is who we are, and then you see the matchups and it's not working out, and you're like, why are things not changing? Well, things are changing right now, and it's going to take some time to get all the way there.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Are welcome.
This is Molson Leafs Hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
Welcome to Molson Leafs Hockey, Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar, Justin Cuthbert for your pre-games. We're about 10 minutes away from puck drop as the Maple Leafs host the Vegas Golden Knights in a funky little Wednesday lineup. That's how I'm going to put it.
Yeah, it is funky. It's funky because there have been a lot of injuries that the Toronto Maple Leafs are dealing with. 5 regulars at least out of the lineup in terms of
They're like
forwards.
the Raptors. Someone's got to sage that building.
Yeah, it could use some sage burning.
I think they're going to sage the building.
Where's Kyrie Irving at? Can we get him involved? Yeah, I mean, if you count Calle Ehrenkrok, like we're talking half of a lineup out for the Maple Leafs. So they've had to dip into the prospect pool. They brought out 3 guys who've been starring with the Marlies this year, and Alex Steeves and Fraser Minten and Nikita Grabenkin, and we're going to see a lot of new things for the Maple Leafs against a really good team, tops in the Pacific Division, the Vegas Golden Knights.
Okay, we all know that Austin Matthews has been out of the lineup for a little while. Maple Leafs have been pretty great without him on the backs of kind of just the core 3 at this point. And you can put Bobby McMann and Matthew Knies in there. But there's been a lot of people stepping up in his absence while he is in Germany or in between here and Germany. Wonder if we'll get more of an update on
I'd love a minute by minute on Austin Matthews' status. I'm assuming
we need Amazon Prime
making his way back from Europe today.
Who knows? But we won't see him again tonight. And the latest update was that, likely next week when they play Florida. There's a game
Possibly
on Sunday. But they seemed like possibly was a stretch.
Yeah, and again, you got to take it at face value, I suppose, because, 10 days ago that we were told, he's gearing up for the big weekend here. He's going to be in the lineup, and he came back, and it didn't really feel right, and now he's going to be off for another at least 2 weeks, I think, from that point. So, yeah, something that was day-to-day went to week, approaching a full month. Again, a little unsettling. I think the entire situation, if you're a Leaf fan, is a little unsettling. But if this is just the process that you need to go through and you get a healthy captain and goal scorer back in the lineup in Austin Matthews, I think everyone will be okay with it. But if this is something that lingers and you've already done the international travel thing, then I'm not sure where the next step is. So I guess fingers, toes, everything crossed.
I mean, I don't know. Every team goes through adversity in their season. This one just kind of is it's an adversity that I feel like you wish you just knew more about. And it's understandable that fans and broadcasters just want to know more. That's our job to report on it. It's as fans' jobs to want to come to the game and see him. Nothing we can change at this point, but there are a lot of positives in the way the Maple Leafs have been playing since his absence, and we'll see how much longer they have to weather it. Okay, so let's talk about the lineup, because with all the bodies out, you're going to see some new shapes and forms.
Yeah, new shapes for sure tonight for the Maple Leafs. The top line, though, is unchanged. The line that went head-to-head with Connor McDavid over the weekend and did get caved in a little bit, but definitely came out on top was Bobby McMann, John Tavares, and Mitch Marner. The second line will feature Pontus Holmberg in the middle, with William Nylander on the right side and Matthew Knies on the left. And from there, it gets a little tricky. Nick Robertson, Fraser Minten, and Nikita Grabenkin on the third line, with Alex Steeves, Connor Dewar, centering Stephen Lawrence. I thought Lawrence might have been the center, but it looks like Dewar through warm-up will be centering that line. Maybe they're slightly interchangeable. On the back end, McCabe and Tanev, Riley and Ekman-Larsson, Benoit and Timmins. So we will not see Hakanpää tonight, with Joseph Wall in net for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
That's a young line of Robertson, Minten, and Grabenkin.
Oh, yeah. Over under 10 minutes tonight for that line.
I mean, there's not many other lines to play. I'm gonna go just a smidge over 10.
I'm gonna go a smidge under.
Okay.
I'm probably wrong.
But that's okay. I'm just surprised. Like Nyes, Holmberg, and Nylander for me. Like Holmberg, that's a huge spot to be in. Like second line center between those two. I think that's where we're going to see. We talked about it in our pregame show on the Fan pregame, and you can check our podcast out. We do have one of those. That they really need some center depth. That should be Brad's job right now. Working the phones, capturing centermen.
Yeah, I mean, you're down David Kampf, yeah. But you're only really down of like pure substance, right? Yeah. Substance down the middle. Austin Matthews, right? And Max Domi's the center that went down, but you don't even feel comfortable with Max Domi in that position necessarily. So it's pretty clear the need, at least up front. Clearly on a night like tonight.
Marner might play center.
Yeah.
He did tease that.
We could potentially see some of that tonight because he was, doing some face-offs after practice and so on and so forth. And I think, again, we talked about this on the Fan pregame, but if you have any time to throw something at Mitch Marner right now, given how good Mitch Marner's life is at current moment, and maybe someone who rides the wave a little bit emotionally, I think it'd be a good time to give him that responsibility. So maybe we'll see some tonight. But Pontus Holmberg, in this economy, cannot be your second line center. But he is tonight, so we'll see where it leaves them against Vegas.
All right. Do you want to grab the Vegas lines for us?
Sure, we can give it to you quickly here. The top line does not feature Stone, but it's still daunting nonetheless. Barbashev, Eichel, and Dorofeyev. Hurdle, Nicolas Roy, Keegan Kolesar, Howden, Carlson, Holtz. So Carlson, original misfit, still in that third line center position. And then Tanner Pearson, Schwint, and Burke. Back end, Hannafin, Pietrangelo, Theodore, Whitecloud, McNabb, Korsak. Yeah, it's not the same team that we've seen.
Couple names.
They got some injuries, clearly, so they're dealing with some of the same things. But there's been some turnover there. The Cap is getting the Stanley Cup champions from a couple seasons ago. Aiden Hill, of interest to Canada ahead of the Four Nations, will start against Joseph Woll.
Ilya Samsonov backing up. He will get a tribute during the first period. So, he had his ups and downs here. The best part of his tenure was... and I don't mean this like jokingly, but when he had that absence where his dad and him talked and he came back, and he was the new Samsonov. I think that was the most united that people felt for a while, at least nations, that he had found it and he was so back. It was Sammy's net.
And there was some introspection.
He really learned about himself, and I felt for the guy.
And then we kind of learned who Ilya Samsonov was as time kind of went on there.
Yeah.
Does he clear the tribute bar for you? Everyone's clearing the bar.
You know what? That's the thing. It's like everybody gets one.
Everyone's clearing the bar. I mean, Ilya Samsonov, did he provide great moments in Toronto Maple Leafs history?
He provided great sound bites.
He did. And I hope if they have self-awareness, which I hope they do, it'll include some sound.
He played 82 games for the Maple Leafs.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that clears the bar.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about our key to victory tonight. Brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealers. Up your game. Lease a CRV from 2.99% of 28 months. Visit HondaOntario.com.
It's Ride Mitch. It's Ride Mitch Marner. It is Ride that emotional wave that Mitch Marner is currently on. He's got 2 points in 5 of the 6 games played without Austin Matthews. They've won all 5 of those games. The only loss, he was shut out in terms of the score sheet. Mitch Marner has been really, really good, and his stock this season has not been higher than it is right now after scoring the overtime winner against the Edmonton Oilers in a matchup with all the talent in the world out on the ice except for Austin Matthews. So Mitch Marner feeling it, always a good thing for the Maple Leafs. Let him continue to feel it. Ride Mitch Marner, lots of minutes with this lineup. See what he can give you without Austin Matthews.
Ride the wave of what we're seeing in the rink right now. The Argos are at center ice with the Grey Cup.
I should have audibled there.
Champions in the building tonight. So maybe we want to ride that.
There you go. We're seeing all the big names
vibes.
too. Nick Arbuckle, Ryan Dinwiddie, Pinball Clemens, I believe Winton McManus out there. The Argos did the city proud once again. Every time they have the opportunity to do the city proud, they do it. So I kind of want to change my key to victory. Like, do what the Argos did.
Be
Resilience,
like the Argos.
like the boatmen. I think that would be a key tonight against Vegas.
Okay. Now it's time for our player to watch, presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment is never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit ConnexOntario.ca.
I'm sorry, that was my line.
Don't
but
worry
who do you
about it.
have as the player to watch?
Thank you for contributing. Let's go with Fraser Minten. Last year when he broke with the team out of camp, it was really exciting, right? It was like 4 games. How much longer is he going to be there? He didn't contribute any points in those 4 games, but he's coming back a year older, stronger, wiser, less nervous maybe about this opportunity. So plus 550 for a Fraser Minten goal when the youngins will be running wild out there. I like it. If you want to also get a little spicy and look at Grabankin and Steves to also add their names to the score sheet, they're around 600, 650. If you parlay them up, 160 to 1 for all three youngins to get on the board.
I think it'd be slightly
None of them have an
irresponsible.
NHL goal, right?
None of them have an NHL goal. But things could happen. Like they could all, Mitch Marner's on a wave. What about a wave for that third line? I can see it happening.
Stranger things have happened. I could say that. But
be a hell of a story.
Ultimately, I'll pick Fraser Minten as my guy to watch. But it'll be exciting. These are moments I'm call the first period next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Sports Grid Radio on Sirius XM has you covered this NFL season.
A classic AFC North matchup gets Week 12 underway with the Steelers in Cleveland to take on the Browns. The Steelers come into the game as just a 3.5-point favorite. Can the Browns play spoiler at home despite the rough season so far? Make sure you tune into Sports Grid Radio to stay up to date on all the latest.
The place to get the winning edge over the sports books.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. What's up, everybody in the chat? Mike St. Jean, Rod Bottomley, Coolio in the house. Great rapper. Love Coolio. Brenda J. Brenda, how you doing? Glad to have you here. We got Steph, Lisa, Dinner Bells, Jake McAnowie. Jake, great to see you, man. Go Argos, go. Grey Cup champions. Very, very cool to see the Argos there getting their dues with the Leafs. Now, let's go Leafs. Let's go get a cup. All right, let's go get it. Maybe not the Grey Cup, but the Stanley Cup. Knock on some wood here. Come on, I'm a Leafs fan. It's dangerous, right? Great to see you. Mackenzie in the chat. Roboto as well. Kyle Terrier. Gina, what's up? What's up, Gina? Brandy as well. Brandy Gale, great to see you. Spacky, love it. Great to see you guys. All right, let's get to the hockey. Let's go, Leafs. Let's get a great start to this game. Alexander is in the chat as well. Dion, glad to have you here. Cheering on the Knights, but go Leafs, go. Let's leave it at that. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
Of in the playoffs. That's a big part of the equation. Connor can play better. He's one of the best goalies in the league. The Jets have been told by everybody but me, I want that noted, I got this one right, that everyone said they're going to take a step back.
Under Review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Tampa Bay Lightning General Manager Julian Brisebois.
Can you tell us something about Nikita Kucherov, the player, the person?
He puts so much time working at his craft. He is looking to improve every little detail of his game, of his skill set. He gets rewarded by being an all-time great player, and we get rewarded by having one of the best players in the world on our team every night.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Rupp.
With the Leafs, the fact that they're trying to change some things has made me not make it so life and death every day for this team. In the past, it was like, this is who we are, and then you see the matchups and it's not working out, and you're like, why are things not changing? Well, things are changing right now, and it's going to take some time to get all the way there.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to SiriusXM.
Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of SiriusXM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL Final.
That's right, Heather. We'll be taking you through every thrilling moment live from Kansas City.
Join us as we make history at the 2024 NWSL Final on Saturday, November 23rd at 8 Eastern.
And it's on SiriusXM FC channel 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The Leafs Radio Network.
The Vegas Golden Knights and the Toronto Maple Leafs and the caretakers of the corded cabins tonight. Brought to you by Molson. Molson, everyone in. Aiden Hill is 8-3-1 this year with a 3.16 goals against average and an 8.85 save percentage for the Knights. And it will be Joseph Wall, 3-2-0 and 2.40 with a 9.02 save percentage, playing his first game against the Vegas Golden Knights in his career. The Leafs have got a lot of lineup changes because of injuries as we get set tonight with Pontus Holmberg at center between Matthew Nyes and William Nylander to start the game as the Leafs defend the goal to our right here at Scotiabank Arena. As we're getting everybody off the ice, congratulations to the Toronto Argonauts, Grey Cup champions. As we're ready to go here with the face-off dropped and we're underway. Puck comes back to the Leaf blue line and banks in over the line. Quickly played by Vegas back into neutral ice. Turnover and Nyes launches it in, but it's knocked down by the defense and cleared back out at center. And here's Kolasar bringing it in. Keegan Kolasar sends it in around back of the Toronto goal. Gets it down into the corner, return to him, but the Leafs turn it over. Nyes starts back at center. Nyes will bank it in this time and get it in deep. Puck goes around in back of the goal, unable to get to it though cleanly where the Leafs, as it is played back into the corner, and now here is Alex Pietrangelo getting it out, and the first changes starting here for both teams. Bit of a later start, 7:30. Puck drop. Time is it now? My gosh, it's almost 10-8. Almost old-time hockey. Long shooting on Wall. Knocked into the corner.
Now, old-time hockey, Foster Hewitt didn't start till the second period, though.
Exactly, right? And the game didn't start till 8 o'clock. So, yeah, you didn't get it till 8:30. Played into the zone. A drop pass now for Tavares. Tavares drags it around back, and then a wrap around in front. That was stopped. And a centering effort for Bobby McMahon. Didn't reach him. Zach Whitecloud gets the puck out at center, but it's brought right back in again and dumped into the zone by Connor Dewar. Dewar after the puck along back of the net. Whitecloud is able to come up with it, and the Golden Knights almost had it turned over in their own zone, but they'll get it out to the line and just bunt it out into the center ice area. Alex Steeves shoots it right back in again. If you've traveled down to Coca-Cola Center and seen the Marlies, you're going to see a lot of them up here. The depth of the Leafs organization being tested as a shot by Riley didn't make it through all the crowd in front of the net. Cleared out at center ice, and now the Golden Knights get it down into the Leaf zone. Alexander Holtz getting it around back of the net. Fell there. The puck goes free. There's a penalty coming to Toronto. And the first penalty of the game is coming here against the Maple Leafs to send the Golden Knights, which are second in power play proficiency, to the power play.
Yes, Morgan Riley is going to go, gets his stick right into the skates of the Vegas players. He was trying to do a tight turn in behind the Leaf net. And just 2 minutes and 10 seconds in the first power play. You're right, second overall, 16 for 47. The Golden Knights are, and they have power play goals in 13 of 18 games they've played this season.
On the other side of the coin, the Leafs have given up 11 in 68 times short. 83.8% proficiency, 8th in the National Hockey League. And off the face-off, Mitch Marner is able to dive and knock it out over the line and down into Vegas territory. 68 times short. You know how many times short the Vegas Golden Knights have been? 37.
A clean team.
Yep. Poked ahead. Marner stays onside. Now trying to drive off the angle and going top shelf. He set it over top of the goal. Looking for his second shorthanded goal of the season. Knights bring it back in. Eichel walking the line and holding the puck. Gets it into the wing and a shot. That deflects and goes into the corner. Marner gets it again but makes a bad clearing attempt as it's kept in now by Vegas. Dorofeyev gets it into the corner, around back of the net. Eichel over on the left wing boards now traps. Eichel sends it to the side of the goal. Back to Eichel again at the far half boards. Cross ice pass and a wrist shot whistled wide by Dorofeyev, and it comes around the boards but not out. Just kept in, but that was as close as damn is to swearing over there. Now the puck comes back to the blue line. Kept alive by Theodore. Shea Theodore on the wing for Dorofeyev. Dorofeyev holding, drops it back. Theodore to the far side to Eichel. Wrist shot coming, stop, rebound to the side of the goal. Grabbed off by Marner, cleared to the line, but not out again. Two opportunities to clear, and the Leafs haven't been able to do it. Eichel in the far corner. Back off a stick this time, and it's going to deflect the center. Mitch Marner slams his stick in disgust. He knows it. He had two real good chances to clear.
Now the second one, though, Eichel knocks out of midair, knocks it down. First one, I think Marner was trying for an outlet pass and misconnected on that.
Puck up along the boards. Leafs aren't able to clear the first time. Get it the second and launch it high into neutral ice, forcing Pietrangelo back, and the penalty expires. Riley is back on. Played off the boards to center, and a long shooting goes wide of the net. Around back of the net it goes. The power play or the penalty kill brought to you by Ontario Honda. Up your game lease, the CRV, from 2.99% up to 28 months. Visit HondaOntario.com. Fired down into the Toronto zone. Leafs back of the net, get it ahead. Minten trying to play it out on the backhand and has successfully done so. Second round pick, 38th overall in the 22 draft. Played 4 games last year for the Leafs, looking for his first NHL point. And brought up after Max Domi was put on injured reserve as the Leafs punch it ahead. And now bringing it to centers, Grebenkin. Grebenkin couldn't get in over the line. Nikita Grebenkin gets it again, trying to play it in, but had it blocked. And it's pushed ahead for Tanner Pearson, who gets in over the line. But the Leafs, Christopher Tanev, puts the brakes on that rush. Tanev on the right wing, got it ahead for Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg is able to dump it into Vegas territory. Hill plays it around the boards, and the Knights get it out at center. Pass off the stick of Kolasar. In on goal, a shot hit the goal post. In behind Joseph Wall.
Boy, the way that came out, it almost looked like it went post and caught part of the mesh.
Came out flat, I think. Must have hit the post and just flattened right out. It was initially waved off, and we haven't heard anybody.
I think it was the post, but you're right. It came out funny.
Now Nylander breaking. 2-on-1 break. Nylander in with a pass in front of the net, and it was deflected away at the last second. Ekman Larsson couldn't get to it. Going hard to the net on the right side was Holmberg. Now Nylander unable to get around the defense, and Vegas has set it the length of the ice for an icing charge. With 13:38 to go in the first period, and there's no score from Scotiabank Arena.
Well, the Leafs have had a number of good looks. Tavares circling the net. Mitch Marner coming in on a short-handed break. Willie Nylander and the Leafs still have not forced Aiden Hill to make a save tonight. Getting a look at it again. Yeah, it's kind of a rolling puck that caught the post as it beat Joseph Wall. Wall seemed to a little bit surprised that the puck was fired from that far out.
Want to congratulate Coach Dinwiddie and the Toronto Argonauts on their Grey Cup championship. My son Sean, who does a lot of work with them, is just now drying out internally and externally. Pass on the right wing, and it is deflected into the corner. And Eichel gets it to the line, but not out. Leafs are able to punch it right back in again, courtesy of Jake McCabe. Rung around the boards to the far side. Tanev got tangled up over there, knocking down his man in Barbashev. And the puck is back out into neutral ice, and Vegas is regrouping. Vegas comes in with a record of 11-5-2 for 24 points as the Leafs break in over the line. Here's Marner taking it wide and now back towards the blue line. Marner still with it as he gets it into the left wing side. Tavares couldn't handle his pass cleanly or he might have got a shot. Here's Marner circling again, tried to flip it back in for Tavares. Tavares along the boards, double teamed. Puck comes free and it is chipped by Shea Theodore into the far corner. McMahon can't get there in time, and the Knights will send it to center. Benoit back in the lineup. Yanni Hakanpää is a healthy scratch on the Leaf defense corps here this evening. On the left wing side, brought in by Steve Lorentz. His deflected shot went wide. Centering effort didn't make it. Played around back of the net for Steves. Steves a little stutter step, gets it on his forehand. Back into the corner for Dewar. Dewar plays to the left wing side. McNabb trying to get there. The Leafs reverse the puck. Dewar comes out of the corner, back to the point. Long shot in traffic, got through. And Hill had to make his first save of the game.
How do you love that from the fourth line?
Lots of time, lots of space, lots of pursuit, lots of protection, and a scoring chance at the end. It is a 0-0 tie. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hey, I'm Eric Church. I'm taking you inside my very own Nashville hospital, Chiefs on Broadway, for a one-of-a-kind full band live performance.
Cheers, hockey fans. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Leafs and the Golden Knights from Vegas. Please let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Hope you're having a good time hanging out with tons of hockey fans, mostly the best fans in the world, the Toronto Maple Leafs and their fans. Thank you for letting us know in the chat where you're watching from. Put your flag emoji out there if you can on your phone. I want to see Canada flags all over the place as well as all over the world internationally. Put your flags out. Everybody in the U.S. will see your city and state. Now let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go! We'll see you back in there.
And on demand with the SiriusXM app.
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to SiriusXM.
Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of SiriusXM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL Final.
That's right, Heather. We'll be taking you through every thrilling moment live from Kansas City.
Join us as we make history at the 2024 NWSL Final on Saturday, November 23rd at 8 Eastern.
And it's on SiriusXM FC channel 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
In the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs nothing and the Golden Knights no score. The Leafs come in with a record of 11-6-2, also with 24 points. They are 8-3-0 on home ice thus far this season. Draw will be in the circle to the left of Adin Hill. Ilya Samsonov, recognized during the commercial break as he returns to a spot that he was pretty successful in, this building.
Oh, I thought you meant the end of the bench.
No. You've dug that hole. Now you try to climb out of it.
Because that's where he was when they acknowledged him. Obviously, he's not in the game. So I thought you said he's in a spot he's familiar with. It was a misunderstanding.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't.
No, he had some moments for sure.
Just not the right moment. Yeah, here's Nylander working into the corner.
My bitter minor league mentality.
Yeah, all right. We're letting you off the hook on this one. Down into the Leaf zone it goes. Pontus Holmberg lost an edge and fell. It comes back to Pietrangelo. A shot right on. Wall to save. And the rebound taken to safety now by Pontus Holmberg. Leafs get it up on the left wing. Oliver Ekman-Larsson with a pass into neutral ice, and Nylander is into the zone. Stutters into the corner now, thought about coming in front of the net. They score! What a play! And look who it is!
The roller coaster that has been for Fraser Minten. Got into 4 games last year before being sent back to junior hockey. Gets hurt before training camp this year. Comes back late. And because of the injuries, after only playing a handful of games with the Toronto Marlies this year, is called up, and at 8:53 of the opening period, cruises into the slot and takes a nice little pass off the backhand of Willie Nylander to beat Aiden Hill and give the Leafs a 1-0 lead.
So a huge moment for this young man from Vancouver, British Columbia, who played most of his junior hockey with the Kamloops Blazers and was a second-round pick of the Maple Leafs, opens the scoring with his first NHL goal. Puck comes to the blue line, kept in along the boards. Into the corner it goes. Trying to work along the wall is Grebenkin. Grebenkin gives it back into the corner, and a pass back to the blue line to Benoit to the point of shot. And that into the goal crease area, but Minten couldn't come up with it. Laid down into the Toronto zone. That smile, you couldn't take number 8 grade sandpaper and get that grin off that young man's face if you wanted to. Backhanded into the...
remember, he was the story last year at training camp.
Yep.
And
played so well in the training camp. They gave him a look and then decided, you know what, we're going to hang on. But the Leafs' depth being tested, and the players who he's replacing have not scored. No. Kicked along the boards in the Leaf zone.
Matthews and Pacioretty.
Yeah. At the point, Whitecloud with a shot. That deflected in front of net. The puck lay there, and it's cleared into the corner then by Tanev. Tanev leads the NHL in blocked shots. It comes back to the point to Zach Whitecloud. Puck into the slot area, intercepted, and Lorentz will launch it high in the air to get it down into Vegas territory. Steves giving some tertiary pressure and then goes to the bench for a change. 1-0 Toronto on just their second shot on goal. Riley punching it around the boards for Marner, and Marner gives it to Tavares, who gets it ahead. Here's Bobby McMahon roaring into the left wing corner. Frees it up for Tavares, who tried to center in front. It bounces in front. Tavares jamming away at it, and it was knocked away on the near boards. Back to the point it goes to Morgan Riley. Riley holds, looks for Marner, goes to the other side. A wrist shot in traffic is knocked away by Hill. Back to the net now for Tavares. Trying to extricate himself from traffic. Got it back to the blue line. Near side for Marner. Marner walks the line. Marner into the corner for McMahon. McMahon comes back towards the blue line. Tried to find Ekman Larsson, but the pass comes out over the line, and the Leafs will have to tag up. Good puck possession, but really didn't deliver any kind of a scoring threat. Both teams are changing. 8:16 to go first period. 1-0 in favor of the Maple Leafs. Played down into the Toronto zone. Knifed up on the left wing. Pontus Holmberg trying to flip it ahead for Nyes. That was too far. And Braden McNabb gets it around on the boards, and it bounces out into the center ice area, but is stolen back by the Leafs. Left wing side. Here's Pontus Holmberg trying to chip it along the boards for Nyes. Couldn't get it back of the net far enough to find Nylander. And the Knights get it out at center and in across the line with a long shot taken there by Korzak, and it is swallowed up by Wall, who will stop playing with 7:39 to play in the first period. Fraser Minten has the Maple Leafs on the board. It is 1-0. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Over to our sideline reporter now with breaking news from Bet365.
You've never seen anything like this. The Bet365 app just keeps getting better. Check out all the same-game parlay markets. Stay up to date on all the in-game action and track how you're...
What's up, insiders? Thank you so much for helping us reach 60,000 insiders. Absolutely insane Sunday during the Grey Cup when the Argos defeated the Bombers in BC. We passed 60,000 insiders here on Toronto Sports Insider, and I just wanted to say thank you. 365 days ago, we were sitting at 4,762 subscribers. amazing growth, and I can't thank you enough. Thank you for sharing this link out. Thank you for bringing your friends here to hang out with us on a Friday night, a Saturday night, a Tuesday night, a Wednesday night. It doesn't matter for the Leafs when they're on the ice. Now let's get back to the hockey. Cheers to every single one of you. Thank you for making this happen. Now let's go Leafs. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
Amber, crimson and copper, but never blue. Because with Subaru's symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, fall is for thick, dark mud splats, terracotta mountain roads, radiant sunsets, kaleidoscopic leaf carpets, and the boldest of adventures. Avoid autumn blues and visit your local Subaru dealership to book a test drive today.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
It's called history. Face-off in the Toronto zone to the left of Joseph Woll. 1-0 on a goal by Fraser Minten. Nylander and Ekman Larsson draw assists on the first NHL goal for the young man from Vancouver.
Now, coming into the game, Willie Nylander had points in only 10 of 19 games. But for Willie, 8 of them were multi-point games, which is why he's had 12 goals and now 9 assists, 21 points in the, what do we got, 20 games the Leafs have played to this point, including this one.
Shoot in by Marner is swallowed up by Aiden Hill, so a face-off coming in the offensive zone.
But do you not find, and it's easy to say when you've been able to win games, but there's a calmness through all these injuries. There's not that panic of, oh no, we're in big trouble now.
And you know why? Because the history tells you that they play well without certain members, well, big members of the team.
But I
the record they have when Matthews isn't in the lineup is ridiculous. When you would think that your best player is not available.
I also think the style of play that Craig Berube has preached has something to do with that as well.
No question.
But you're right, it was almost as if they got scared into playing a simpler, harder working game.
A turnover here, and Eichel missed the pass in the slot area. He was all alone. Drops it off for White Cloud. Shot in traffic. Blockered away nicely by Woll. And the Leafs get it around back of the net. And now get it up on the wing for Jake McCabe. McCabe saucers it in over the line. Bobby McMahon roars in there and knocked it around back of the net before being knocked down. Puck kept in then, nicely done along the boards, and for Grebenkin. Grebenkin centers, comes back to the point. Riley around back of the net to the far side. Nikita Grebenkin after the puck on that wing. Tries to kick it along the boards, missed it, and the Golden Knights will get it ahead, and Eichel backhands it down into the Toronto zone. 6.5 minutes to play in the first. The Leafs lead 1-0. Robertson trying to find Ekman Larsson. That didn't connect. Then Minten turns the puck over. Brought in over the line. Good play on the far boards by Ekman Larsson to knock it away. Vegas right back into the zone with a shot, and a good shot by Tanner Pearson was blockered away by Woll. The puck in the goal crease area. Ekman Larsson coolly plays it off the boards, and the Leafs get it out on the wing. Was I wrong in that?
Oh, no.
That description? Was I wrong in that description?
He's been so consistent in doing that, hasn't he? He has absolutely amazed me watching him every shift that he has played this season. Those little smart plays. Not spectacular, but my God, they're effective.
And panic threshold is at 0.
Saw an interview where he said, they're going to have to carry me off the ice. He said, this is the most fun I could ever have doing, which is play hockey.
Play on the right side. Pietrangelo with a shot. That deflected wide, and it's all the way back down into Vegas territory. Leafs being outshot 8-3, but I have a 1-0 advantage. A pass up on the wing from Roy is intercepted, chipped off the boards, back into the zone for Nylander. Nylander has a bouncing puck trying to contend with, does. Got it around on the boards on the left wing side. Dewar back to the point. Now to Nylander in the slot. Nylander with a shot off the shoulder and trickles over top of the net but didn't fall into the net. Now a centering pass, and it's deflected off the glass wide of the goal. Leafs get it back to the blue line to Nylander. Nylander shot blocked. Carries down the left wing boards. Cuts to the net. Backhand. Oh, you had a little corner there, but couldn't quite negotiate getting it in to the top corner just over the shoulder of Hill. That was there, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, there was a sliver.
Back in the center ice area. Alex Steeves unable to get into the zone. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish product sends it down into the offensive zone. Unable to get to it was Lorenz. And out come the Golden Knights to play it down into the Toronto zone. Round back of the net. A bouncing puck into the far corner. Holtz gets another shot away, and it's going to be deflected up into the screen and out of play. Break in the action with 3:59 to play here in the first period. The Leafs won. Vegas no score. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The push for the fantasy football playoffs is on Fantasy Sports Radio.
Unbelievable!
Don't make the wrong roster move. Don't start the wrong player. Don't make the mistake that will cost you a win. Don't get cute.
Hey you. Yeah, you. The one that's hanging out with us, watching the Leafs and the Golden Knights. Thanks for hanging out with us. Have you hit that subscribe button yet? Are you an insider? Have you joined the ranks of the 60,100 plus that have joined as subscribers here on Toronto Sports Insider? Thank you for helping us clear that hurdle. We're on our way to 75,000 and on to 100K to go get that plaque. I can't wait to go celebrate up in Toronto with that plaque and all of you insiders. But that day's coming. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hitting that subscribe button and turning on the bell. Now let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in there.
The SiriusXM app.
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to SiriusXM.
Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of SiriusXM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL Final.
That's right, Heather. We'll be taking you through every thrilling moment live from Kansas City.
Join us as we make history at the 2024 NWSL Final on Saturday, November 23rd at 8 Eastern.
And it's on SiriusXM FC channel 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM Radio Network.
First period brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit ConnexOntario.ca. You know I'm not a wagering man. However, if I'd have wagered a shekel on my four teams this weekend, I'd have done fairly well. The Irish win, Leafs win in overtime, Packers get a field goal block, and the Bears still suck and lose. And then the Argos, who are the underdogs, pull it off and win the Grey Cup. I could have at least won a shekel or two, I think.
I bet you don't bet the rest of the year.
No, I can't now. I've blown it. My one and only quadruple factor, or whatever they call it.
I don't think that's it.
No. Well, whatever they call it.
But play responsibly.
Thank you.
I remember that part.
That part, yeah. Here's Marner, stick handling in, a drop pass in front of the goal. And unable to finish was McCabe, who had snuck in there along with Marner. Tanev ripping it right back in again. Hill stops it back of his goal and gives it off to Pietrangelo. They'll get it up on the wing and send it to the Leaf blue line, where it's intercepted and quickly sent back for Nyes. He's on a Lone Ranger rush here as the rest of his mates are changing. He'll send it in, going to do a little bit of forechecking before he thinks about maybe heading to the bench. But it is now played out into the center ice area and grabbed off there by Eichel. Eichel gets in on the left wing, and a shot is being deflected and up into the screen and out of play it goes. Fraser Minten, who had the goal, has played 5 games with the Marlies after coming back from injury, and he had 2 goals, 2 assists for 4 points in those 5 games.
And Brad Treliving said, look, we'd been playing well down there. Preferably, we'd leave him down to develop more and get his footing. But obviously, because of the injuries, A lot of guys were pushed ahead of their timetable to come up and get an opportunity.
But the Leafs schedule is benefiting those who are on the injured list. They have a lot of spaced out games, not a lot of games, but a few games that are well spaced out here in the next week or so.
Well, one game, this is the only game in, an 8-day span?
Yep. Here are the Golden Knights into the corner. Schwint getting it into the corner and around back of the net. Connor Timmins trying to mirror him. The puck goes free into the corner. Benoit chases, knocks it back of the net, then took his man heavily into the corner boards and is still pushing along there with him as the puck comes back into the slot and it's deflected wide of the Leaf goal. Leafs finally get it freed up, and Benoit stake around back of the net, dropping it back. And it is kind of interesting that you think that most often it's a defenseman or a couple of defensemen who get hurt, but it's all forwards who are rampaging around on the injured reserve list. As they got Hakanpää back. Now a backhand try on the backhand by Pietrangelo. Stopped by Wall, and he's going to cover up on it with 1:56 to go in the first period, and the Leafs leading 1-0.
This is season number 8 for the Vegas Golden Knights franchise. Miraculously, have made the playoffs 6 of the previous 7, including going to the Stanley Cup Finals in their first year.
Expansion team.
11
playoffs. Washington Capitals.
11 playoff series they've won in that stretch, including going to the finals and then winning it a couple of years ago under Bruce Cassidy.
Speaking of Cassidy, the Boston Bruins firing their coach again, and Joe Sacco is the new head coach. Pass it for Riley, and he missed the net on the far side, not by much. And he had it there if he hit it.
We get a pretty good angle from this wing, don't we?
You sure do. The one on Nylander, they're looking for that corner, and then Riley right there. Played out into the center ice area. Going after it is Grebenkin trying to slow up his man. The Golden Knights kind of got bogged down at the Leaf blue line. Now Tanev dropping it off in a bank pass ahead, and Grebenkin sends it into the zone. Minten into the forecheck. Along the board's far side, Grebenkin couldn't come up with it, and out come the Golden Knights with less than a minute to play in the period. And the bomb doors were open there for Benoit, and he delivered a pretty good hit on the near boards. And then another good hit by Grebenkin has taken one of the Golden Knights down. That's created a bit of a stir. Leafs on a 2-on-1 break and a shot. That was stopped by Hill. Shea Theodore got crumpled. And was it Grebenkin who did the hitting there after Benoit had sort of set the tone?
The Leafs were then able to take advantage of an odd man rush back the other way. Nobody really fully committed into jumping Grebenkin. I mean, I looked at both officials right away, Joe, thinking that something might have come from that. Nick Robertson and Connor Timmins ended up with a 2-on-1 break. Well, everybody seemed to be hanging around the penalty box area, which is where Pietrangelo was hit. And he looks like he's might have a gash on the forehead. So the Leafs, I mean, like you said, back-to-back hits. I mean, I don't know how this isn't a penalty. This is right into the numbers of Pietrangelo, and you could certainly see why the Vegas Golden Knights and Coach Bruce Cassidy be upset with this.
That sent Timmins and Robertson in on the 2-on-1. Well, Ryan Reeves, this is the first game of 5 that he will have to sit out after the hit on Darnell Nurse. And a bit of a welt on the forehead. There's a deflection that was steered away by Hill. Kept alive by the Leafs as it goes around back of the Vegas goal. Fed up on the wing, but not out. Nylander keeping it in. Now Tavares, or at least Marner on the near boards, trying to play it into the slot, but it was intercepted. And out come the Vegas Golden Knights trying to get in and around Marner. Marner does a nice job and then finishes with a pretty good body check playing defense.
By the way, it was Shea Theodore, Joe, not Petrangelo.
Sorry?
7, not 27.
Yep.
Or 27, not 7.
So there's the horn that ends the period. 10-7 are the shots favoring the Golden Knights, but on the board, it's a 1-0 Toronto advantage thanks to the first ever goal from a young man from Vancouver in Mr. Minten.
I think the Leafs were outshot. I really think you like the way they established the forecheck. They were physical. I still think the hit Krebenkin on Theodore should have been at least 2. I mean, it was right into the numbers, right into the boards, but the Leafs escaped that, and 1 for 1 on the penalty kill as well.
So we will step aside and welcome back Ailish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert for our first period intermission. Leafs lead the game 1-0. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
When Dave Matthews Band closes out an historic year,
It's no wonder that they have arrived here at the Hall of Fame.
you'll hear it live.
It is such
What's up, insiders? How we doing tonight? 1-0. Buds take the lead into the first intermission. I love it. Great to see everybody here in the chat. Oh my goodness, where'd my mouse go? There it is. All right, I gotta extend this out a little bit from Jose Duarte, the big super chat. Go Leafs, go Jose. Thank you, my man. Much appreciated. Really appreciate the support, guys. Absolutely huge. Great first period by the Buds. 1-0 lead. I'll take it. The kids, next man up mentality. You got it. That's what you need right now. With all these injuries, with everybody out, next man up. And it's working. Joffrey Curry, what's up? Joffrey, how you doing, man? Spacky Alexander, Brad Smith, what's up, Brad? Coolio, I love the Gangsta's Paradise there in the chat, man. I had to pin it. That was awesome. All right, we got Big Jam as well here in the chat. Very much appreciated, sir, you hanging out with us. One of the OGs here at TSI as we're at 60,130 subscribers. That is, I think, Big Jam, you were probably here, at least before 365 days ago when we were at 4,762. That's insane. Even just by the new year, guys, December 31st, we had, 6,305 subscribers. So we have hit 60,000. Absolutely crazy. If you're new here, please hit that subscribe button. We're always looking for people to hang out with us and have a good time during the Leafs game, listening to the best call on the planet Earth. There's no better announcing duo than Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph. Period. Hands down. So with that, time for me to head back upstairs and refill the drink here. We'll let the intermission run. I'll jump in, probably maybe before the second period gets underway, and we'll go from there. So with that, guys, go Leafs, go. Let's have a big second period. Thank you all for hanging out with us. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
The fact that they're trying to change some things has made me not make it so life and death every day for this team. In the past, it was like, this is who we are, and then you see the matchups and it's not working out, and you're like, why are things not changing? Well, things are changing right now, and it's going to take some time to get all the way there.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to SiriusXM.
Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of SiriusXM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL Final.
That's right, Heather. We'll be taking you through every thrilling moment live from Kansas City.
Join us as we make history at the 2024 NWSL Final on Saturday, November 23rd at 8 Eastern.
And it's on SiriusXM FC channel 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m.
Oh, yeah, we got a new member in the house, Veronica Dobius. Veronica, great to see you, Miss V. All right, the intermission's coming back, but holy cow, Miss V from Vegas, hanging out with us all the time. Great to see you, Veronica. Thanks for joining back as an insider. Let's get back to the intermission report. We'll see you back in there.
Leads It's the Leafs here to a 1-0 lead.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, the fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ehlers Forfar, Justin Cuthbert, and the Maple Leafs lead 1-0 after 20 minutes, and he did it. Fraser Minten with his first NHL goal. We called it, kind of. Was one of my players to watch.
You called it? Give yourself credit.
Him.
Tap on the back.
Thank you so
much. Pat on the back? I think it's a pat normally on
I'll
the
take
back.
both.
You deserve it for calling the Fraser Minten goal, but it's about time that the Maple Leafs got a goal from a centerman in Austin Matthews' absence. I mean, John Tavares notwithstanding was 4 in the games that Matthews has missed, but Minten now is second with 1. Everybody else, Domi and the like, 0. So good to get some scoring from that position outside of John Tavares, but awesome for Fraser Minten to have that moment. Big smile, good celebration. It's always fun seeing someone score their first.
Definitely. Like a well-deserved, too. You know, he dealt with some injury earlier this season, and he didn't get into the AHL lineup. He's played, I think it was just 4 or 5 games he got with the Marlies before getting called up here. I think it was 5. Then he had 4 points. That was it. 2 goals, 2 assists. So great to see him have his moment here, because this is what we talked about in our pregame show, is a lot of youth, a lot of energy, a lot of excitement. Like games like this mean a lot to the players that are playing in it, of course, when they get their first opportunity or their debut this season, or if for Grabenkin, his NHL debut. So having them buzzing around out there and bringing the energy, and we'll get to Grabenkin in a second, but just that's kind of like the reinvigoration the Leafs are looking for right now. And kudos to him. A really nice goal. And you mentioned a good sally, big smile. They let him go through the line, gets the puck. Like, yeah, good for him. Hopefully more to come.
I will say we were worried a bit about the third line, right? Robertson, Minten, Grabenkin, like those, a lot of young guys, not much experience. Well, they did not produce the goal. If we're doing the semantics thing, it was a pass from William Nylander. Matthew Nyes collected the puck. Minten was out there. The first guy to go on there at the end of a shift there. So we can continue to track the success of these two lines, but surely Minten has a moment, and that's awesome. But it was not a particularly strong period for the Nyes-Holmberg-Nylander combination. Did not get a single attempt at even strength as a line. Minten did get a pretty consequential attempt, obviously, with part of that line, but it was kind of a rough go for the second line. Robertson, Minten, and Grabenkin were buzzing around, but maybe there's a little bit more that has to be seen there, of course, too. This team was definitely looking for 5-on-5 offense in that period. Did find it in a moment with the lines changed.
Okay, so Grabenkin also making his debut, his NHL debut, gets the rookie lap when he comes out. And I think his most consequential moment of the game, and I just saw the replay, and I sent it to you on Twitter if you want to look at it while I'm talking, if you haven't seen it yet. But I think I got a hit from behind.
Kind of it was. Like that's a penalty. That's a penalty all day of the week.
Strictly a hit from behind in the boards. But we talked about the guy. He's young, he's feisty, and this was what I liked about him. Not necessarily hits from behind, but what I liked about him was his physicality in the preseason. It was one of the things that we circled a lot when we watched him play. Like he seems like he's a little bit rowdy out there. And he hits Theodore, who is kind of standing at a weird distance away from the boards, like locked his legs in, standing there kind of from behind, and Grabenkin hits him. No penalty called, and you can debate it all you want, but he's out there, he's throwing his body around.
Yeah, he's feisty, he's unafraid, he's involved, but you're right, that's a penalty every day of the week. So if you're Grabenkin, you might want to just dial it back a little bit. If I'm Craig Berube, I'm probably telling him, next thing you do is going to be penalized, so let's be a little bit careful out there. Don't want to regale anyone of stories of my high school or minor hockey career, but I like juiced up first playoff game I played once in high school.
Oh, I think
did that
you told me this before.
First shift of the game. I laid that exact hit. My dad didn't talk to me for like a month. So you get juiced up, you do things that are maybe normally out of character. And Grabenkin, I think, got away with one there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. All right, so Leafs with the 1-0 lead after 20 minutes. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with a couple more thoughts in the out-of-town scoreboard before we get you set for the second period. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, the fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations.
All right, we're getting ready for the second period. It's just a couple minutes away. Dagger's in the chat. Pike is in the chat. Toronto Maple Leafs loyal, true Canadian heart is in the chat. we're having lots of fun. Veronica, so great to see you. It was funny. I thought about you today with playing Vegas. I'm like, oh, Miss V, I wonder if she'll come back tonight. And you did. So thank you for coming back. Go Leafs, go. All right, take it back. Second period. Let's go, Leafs. Who's getting the next goal for the Buds? Let's put it up in the chat. Maybe I'll put a poll up as well, and we'll take you through the out-of-town scoreboard with the broadcast as well, since, I'll be messing with the poll. All right, guys, back at it. See you in there.
Get the official NHL app to watch, read, and listen to all the deeks.
All I can say is absolutely wow.
All the sauce. All the saves.
Stop from Vasilevsky.
All the hits. All the snipes. All the sellies.
He scores! Unbelievable!
All the hockey. If it's hockey, it's here. Listen to every NHL game for free, now with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Download the official NHL app now.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
Desjardins Insurance cares a lot about their clients. In fact, it's packed with such a ginormous amount of vast and substantial care that's bursting with even more whoppingly humongous and colossal care. You might be a little surprised when we tell you that all of that care fits in the palm of your hand. With the Desjardins Insurance mobile app, you'll get a big hand with 24/7 paper-free access to all of your home and auto policies, including your digital pink slip. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care.
As fall approaches and birds head south, a different kind of bird emerges, the Subaru. While migratory flocks seek warmth, Subaru's symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive keeps drivers soaring through the wild. During the migrating season, Subaru's hunger for adventure grows exponentially, driving the intrigued radio listeners to fall for Subaru at their local Subaru dealerships, experiencing an adventure of their own. So migrate to your local Subaru dealership to book a test drive today.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Holy Becca! 3 goals! He's tied the game!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Eilish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert for your intermissions today. Leafs with a 1-0 lead for the NHL season debut of Fraser Minten, who scores in his first game this season. Not to be confused with the NHL debut of Grabenkin.
First for Grabenkin. Steves has been around the block.
He's got a couple games.
Still waiting for that goal, though. And then, first of the season.
On his first shot, first shift.
Yeah, quite the start for Minten.
go.
Like that's again, it's awesome.
It is awesome.
And it's a well-needed,
Hold the lead now.
Not surprise, but a well-needed thing, a well-needed development here. We talked about how, the goal scoring is not coming from that position, but also there's big picture stuff at play here. Like, can Fraser Minten be a guy that contributes this season? Can he be the guy that should not be bumped down a rung when looking at next season? Easton Cowan obviously also waiting in the wings. There is talent on the way. So what do you need now? What do you need potentially to fortify the future? These are all considerations, of course, for Brad Treliving at current moment. But if Fraser Minten's scoring goals, playing responsibly, playing up the lineup perhaps. I mean, Pontus Holmberg is ripe for the taking in terms of lineup position right now. Let's see what Fraser Minten can do.
Great camera shot at Brad Treliving right after Fraser Minten scored, and he was writing something down. It was like,
he
was like, "Dear Marlies, he's ours." XOXO Brad.
Nice.
Okay, so let's take a look at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. Bet365 must be 18 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit connexontario.ca.
Gossip Girl reference?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Good
pretty
for
happy.
you.
Pretty happy that I got
I'm proud of you. It's
okay,
only like the most famous, reference that they have.
That's the
XOXO
show
Gossip Girl.
The show. I mean, am I Whatever. Let's get to the NHL scoreboard.
It's a great show.
The Hurricanes have a 1-0 advantage on the Flyers' end of one. 7 minutes left in the first period, rather. The Sharks and Stars deadlocked at 0. And still to come tonight, the Predators and Kraken at 10 p.m. and a nightcap between the Sabres and Kings at 10:30 in LA.
Not a lot of games tonight. It's a quiet Wednesday night.
Featured game here, Maple Leafs and Golden Knights.
Okay.
Who has it better than us?
Nobody. It is 1-0 for the Leafs after 20. It looked like a lot of Vegas Golden Knights fans in the crowd, eh?
Yeah, there's
rowdy.
a big pop during the anthem as well.
The night.
Do we protect? They protect the fortress there in Vegas. Are we protecting the fortress enough here at Scotiabank Arena? You were in the seats on Saturday.
Oh, that was fun. There was a lot of Oilers fans that night.
Every game there are a lot of visiting fans.
And that was the first game this season where I got to be a fan. And I was up in like the nosebleeds with the real fans. It was rowdy.
Yeah, what was the narrative up there given the
lots of pints,
the Matthews absence?
Oh, there's a lot of people just like, whatever, it's fine. We don't need them.
Yeah,
yeah. People were having.
Were you getting grilled for information?
No, I didn't talk to
a Sportsnet personality.
Nobody knew who I was.
Okay,
just a fan. It was a great game. OT win. You got your money's worth.
Definitely
fan
did.
That night.
Definitely did.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. Jim Ralph and Joe Bone will have the call of the second period next. Leafs up 1-0 after 20. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to SiriusXM.
Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of SiriusXM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL Final.
Trinity Rodman and the Washington Spirit take on Marta and the Orlando Pride.
Join us as we make history on Saturday night at 8 Eastern.
And it's on SiriusXM FC channel 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The biggest plays.
What a save!
Hits.
Hard hit.
Goals.
McDavid scores!
Tune to NHL Network Radio for the most in-depth hockey talk on the planet.
He is the GM of the Minnesota Wild.
Insiders.
The revenues and the big business.
And the best analysis on the air.
Alex Ovechkin!
The NHL on SiriusXM. Hear every team and your hometown call. NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91. And on demand with the SiriusXM app.
Score!
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to SiriusXM.
Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of SiriusXM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL Final.
That's right, Heather. We'll be taking you through every thrilling moment live from Kansas City.
Join us as we make...
Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go! Let's get the second period started right, fans. Come on, let's get it going in the chat. Leafs fans, I want to see it. Go, Leafs, go. Even Allison's screaming in the background. I love it. All right. Go, Leafs, go. And check it out there in the poll. Nylander with a big lead for the first goal, the first goal of the second period. The second goal for the Buds. 58%, followed by Nyes at 35%, and then the kids, Gurbankin and Minten, 5% and 3% respectively. I threw the kids in there for some fun. With Minten getting his first NHL goal, you got to put them up there, right? And then Gurbankin first NHL game. Let's go. Go, Leafs, go. There they go. Now they're starting to roll in the chat. Brenda, Wilf, Pike, Spacky, Big Jam. Not Dion. Dion's not doing the Go Leafs go. He's doing the Go Knights go. Big second period. Let's go, Leafs.
Leafs lead 1-0 on a goal by Fraser Minten, his first in the National Hockey League. Joe Bowen along with Jim Ralph. Armin Zagarian operating pretty much nothing over here. Austin Mackey is pushing buttons, and Andrew Holland is doing his usual outstanding job over there.
Well,
and if you look over here...
Armin just gave me this.
Oh, he did?
The Leafs are a perfect 5-0 when not giving up a goal in the first period this year.
There you go.
Andrew, would you check to see if Armin was right on that?
Puck is dropped. We're underway. Leafs to the left and the Vegas Golden Knights to the right. Laid down into the Vegas zone. Pushed out into the center ice area. Onto the left wing now for Thomas Hertl. He stops up. Backhands it high. And it's going off the glass into the far corner. Kolasar drives it back to the point. Shot deflects again. High. This time it clears the glass and clears the screen. And goes into the crowd. One of the things, and you are a healthy scratch, you kind of sit there and you wonder why sometimes. Well, Simone Benoit signed a new deal, literally played himself into a new contract last year. His physicality was the big part, I think, of what was going on. So when Yanni Hakanpää came back, they had to make a decision as to who was going to not play. And it turns out that it's Simon Benoit. Well, in the first period, Simon Benoit had 4 hits to lead the Leafs in that department, 4 of the 10 that they had. So he is very quickly trying to make another name for himself.
Well, like you said in the first period, usually it's the defense that gets more banged up.
And a shot here deflects over off the stick of Eichel up into the screen. You're right.
Which is exactly how Benoit got the opportunity last year, because all the injuries on the blue line. Benoit was able to, he was brought in for depth, but I think he was sort of ticketed to be with the Marlies most of the season, but got the opportunity and made the most of it. By the way, the mistake I made in the first period thinking Pietrangelo was number 27 and Shea Theodore for years in St. Louis. So.
White Cloud with a shot. That deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Vegas pressing early here in the first 48 seconds of the period. The Leafs haven't had it out of their own zone, and now they do, but it's going to be quickly brought back in by number 27, Shea Theodore, who plays it. Sorry, that was too easy. Back to the blue line. Along the boards, the Leafs come out with it, and Tanev takes his time as he returns the favor, and Tavares works in on the left wing, going wide, puts the brakes on, works back along the board, centered it into the goal crease area, no one home. Timmins is able to play it around back of the net. Now it's pushed into the near corner in the offensive zone for the Leafs. Timmins getting it back now, and a shot there by McMahon, blockered away by Hill. Another shot from the point is blocked. Leafs get it back into the slot area. Back to the point to Timmins. Timmins to the left wing side. Benoit. It's kind of an Alphonse Gaston situation there with Alex Steeves, but Steeves against the boards can't hold on to it. And Vegas gets it to the blue line, but a delayed offside here will allow the Leafs to organize in their own end. Lorenz skates over on the left wing side. Tried to make a pass to the right wing, but it caromed off a skate. And Vegas has it back under control in their own zone. Braden McNabb carries to the line and in and backhanded it in. Ekman Larsson knocked that out of the air, but can't make a play. Now has it handed to him again. And after the third time, he's going to airmail it high off a stick and down into Vegas territory. Steeves couldn't track that down. Pass off a skate? No, didn't. It's going to be an icing call here against the Golden Knights, and it'll be brought back into Vegas territory. We've played 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the second period, and it is still 1-0 Toronto.
Fraser Minten, those stats, when you consider that David Kampf, Max Domi, Ryan Reeves have yet to find the back of the net this year, and Fraser Minten comes up and says, I'll take a couple of shifts. Yeah. I'll be able to chip in.
Don't see what the difficulty is here. It's just another lead. Good for him. Face off in the Vegas zone to the right, and they'll control it.
Playing with Willie Nylander might up your opportunities as well.
It didn't hurt. Good play by Willie. Here's Karlsson working in on the left wing. Got it back to the point. McNabb with a shot from a sharp angle. Handled there nicely by Wall. Leafs are going to just poke the puck out at center ice. Or it is shot right back in again. Down the boards comes Riley. Back of the net for Ekman Larsson. Larsson banks it ahead. That goes off a skate. And a delayed offside will be in effect as the Leafs are able to regroup the puck and get it ahead. Nyes across the line. And he made an extra move. And that put Pontus Holmberg offside on the right wing. The second period is brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that is really big on care.
Maybe talk about goal scoring. Keep an eye on Bobby McMahon as well. Remember last year when he went on that heater, 6 goals in 4 games, including his first and only NHL hat trick today. He's got 3 goals in the last 2 games coming in.
Benoit A bank pass ahead in over the line. Robertson closing with a shot. That came in front of the net. Unable to get to it there in time was Gravenkin. Back come the Golden Hawks. A pass into the slot and a diving play there by Nikita Gravenkin. Knocked the puck away on the 2-on-1 breaking in. Good play on the back check there by the youngster. Off a stick it comes, and Gravenkin starts out with Minten. Minten up on the right side, playing it in over the line. Along back of the net, Gravenkin goes after it, and it is cleared to center ice. Wearing sweater number 71. Not an awful lot of Leafs have worn 71.
At the top of our heads, what have we said? David Clarkson, Mike Foligno.
Back down into Vegas territory. Holmberg gets it back to the point. One-timer went high and wide of the net off the stick of McCabe. Leafs trying to add some forechecking pressure. McCabe keeps the puck into Willie Nylander. Shot hit a leg, and Tanev decided that he wasn't going to keep it in, but now Nylander has stolen it back. Nylander in the corner is hauled down. No call there, but he takes down a couple of Knights himself as he was sprawling. Puck on the far side. Nyes can't come up with it. Shots are 11-8 favoring Vegas. Leafs have the 1-0 lead. Brought through center ice now for Kolasar. Shot on the short side, stopped by Wall. Puck comes around the boards near side. Leafs don't get it out. Long shot well wide of the Leaf goal on the short side. Karams around to the far wing. Back around back of the net for Kolasar. Back to the point. Shot taken there by Theodore, went wide of the net. Far side for Nicholas Roy. Trying to get it back of the net. Unable to center. Vegas holds, gets it back to the point once more. Dorofiev gets it into the slot. That shot went wide. Good pressure here by Vegas, but they haven't produced a scoring chance as yet. A couple of shots have gone wide. That one goes wide as well off a stick. Leafs under pressure in their own zone. Tavares couldn't get to it. Pearson are on the net, and now it's off a stick and bouncing down into Vegas territory, and the Leafs are going to get a wholesale change going.
12-8 of the shots favoring Vegas, but Leafs really haven't given up much from in tight, the danger area in the slot between the hash marks.
Laid off the boards. McMahon couldn't get it out as it hit him in the skates. Still in the Toronto zone, finally pushed to center. And Vegas will counterattack with Eichel. Getting it in on the right side. Dorofiev gets it around back of the net. Cut off there by Tanev. Gobbled up there by the Maple Leafs. Rink-wide pass finds McMahon. He's going to chip it into the zone. Marner in pursuit, but won't get to it. Tavares, or at least Minten does. Minten along the boards, couldn't get it back to Marner. Now it does come to Marner on the far half boards. Punched around the boards, and Timmins will pinch to keep it in. Dropped it back for Minten. Minten shot blocked. Got it returned. Minten still with it. Backhands back of the net. Lorenz trying to play it into the slot. That doesn't work. And now out at center. A pass intercepted and brought in over the line by Connor Dewar. He just stepped off the boards, and fortunately, his replacement stepped into the bench before he did just that. As a rolling puck goes down on Joseph Wall, he'll cover up.
All right, we mentioned Nikita Gravenkin wearing number 71. 3 players before him in Leaf history were 71. We got 2 of them, Mike Foligno, David Clarkson.
Yes.
You know the other?
No.
Yes, you do.
I do?
Nick Foligno.
Well, we were right when we just said Foligno.
Yeah.
So we were correct.
Well, I still had to look it up.
1-0 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between.
What's up, insiders? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. It's going to be a doozy. The Vegas Golden Knights travel to Toronto to face our Leafs at Scotiabank Arena. Thank you so much for being here and clicking on our video and hanging out with us with the best Toronto sports fans in the world. Please take a second to hit that like button down below as well. Please share this link out. Let's get more hockey fans, more Leafs fans from all over the world hanging out with us. Please share it to your Twitter, your TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. and thank you. Now let's get back to the hockey. Let's go, Buds. Let's get this W over another good team, the Knights. Go, Leafs, go. We'll see you back in there.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need when you need it 24/7, 365 every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
John Tavares set up by Willie. The Leafs win it in overtime.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
We talk about the Leafs being better defensively. Well, they have allowed 28 goals against at 5-on-5 in 19 games. That's on pace for 121 for the season. Now, last year, they gave up 168 under the same circumstances, so it gives you some statistical idea that they are playing much better defensively, 5-on-5. And so far here, they have a 1-0 lead because they played pretty well 5-on-5. Burke gets it back to the point. Long shot in traffic. Blockered away high to the near side by Wall. And that allows the Leafs to get to center with a pass on the wing for Riley. Riley couldn't quite straddle the blue line long enough to keep him on side. And as he touches the puck, it'll be brought back into the center ice area.
You have to remember the Leafs had that 5-game span where they didn't score a 5-on-5 goal. Power plays, empty nets. And a shorthanded goal by Mitch Marner was in that mix.
Face off outside the blue line.
I know we keep harping on the same thing, but obviously if you have success in the playoffs, you got to be pretty creative in how you can win hockey games. Whether it's with special teams or 5-on-5.
No! Brought in over the line. Linesman yelled loud enough that we could hear. Oh, and a centering pass for Carlson was stopped by Wall. His best save of the game. Back to the point. Burke to the near side and a shot from the blue line. Knocked down Lawrence. The puck is underneath the fallen Leaf player, but the Leafs don't get it out. Still free on the left wing. Trying to drive the net there was Hurdle. He goes around back of the net, back to the blue line. Pass now to McNabb. His shot deflects wide of the goal. Lawrence is up and hurt, but is still back into the play. Left wing side, McNabb. Shot, blocker save, rebound, swallowed up by Joseph Wall, who comes up very large here. And Steven Lorenz is limping as he goes to the Leaf bench.
He went past Joseph Wall and said, it's about time you got one, because Lorenz walked 3 or 4 in a row before the Golden Knights were eventually able to get it to Joseph Wall.
Chris Tanev leads the NHL in block shots with 66. Rasmus Andersson has 62. So this has been a point of emphasis this season.
Got an interesting stand of William Karlsson in a sec for him.
Oh, and a good hit there by Whitecloud. He caught the Leaf player coming across, and was that Nyes?
Yes.
It was, and Nyes is slow to get up. And Benoit has grabbed a hold of Whitecloud. This could be a 5-game suspension.
Well, based on the fact they let a hit from behind go in the first period by Grebenkin, it's going to be interesting to see. And very interesting to keep track of Matthew Nyes talking to the trainer on the end of the Leaf bench. We shall see if this is, in fact, Joe, a head hit.
Well, they're going to discuss it.
Of course, it can be. Oh boy,
was it ever.
Yeah, he explodes up.
Explodes up, elbow out. Definitely a head shot.
It's got to be an elbow.
Yep.
You know, whether you want to say the head was the principal contact, I realize you can't really compare it to the Ryan Reeves one on Saturday night.
Nyes is going to the dressing room.
Yeah, this could be precautionary and to make sure that he's okay. Now, of course, what they can do is turn around and call a major penalty so they can review it. And that might be the route they're going to go.
The referees tonight are Kendrick Nicholson and Eric Ferlot. Mark Shuchuk and Andrew Smith are the linesmen.
Yeah, I mean this, and the elbow is coming up, and the arm is coming out straight.
And he leaves his feet.
Yeah.
He leaves his feet.
Here we go, the call.
Against Vegas, number 2 is under review.
All right, so there we go, under review. And is it going to be 5 or 2? I mean, the irony, of course, is that the Leafs had to kill off a 5-minute major on Saturday night.
Now,
for a shot
Ryan
that was
Reeves
also a
did
head
not
check.
leave his feet. Ryan Reeves went after the puck. Ryan Reeves took some strides. There's no question about it.
Well,
did not leave his feet. Did not present his elbow. Right?
Yep.
And literally, Nurse skated into his shoulder.
Yeah,
if you looked at it, you know.
I mean, technically, you could say Nye skated into White Cloud's elbow.
Yeah, well, I suppose, yes,
But yeah, this is.
But it will be interesting to see how this gets adjudicated. And
different plays.
Leaf fans just feel that the Department of Player Safety always goes against the Maple Leafs.
This has got to be at least a foot off the ice that he jumped, which obviously made the head of Matthew Nyes the principal point of contact. And the fans here in the building are seeing it again in slow motion. And if you can pick up the noise of the crowd, you will see that they're not thrilled with how Matthew Nyes was forced to head to the Leaf dressing room.
7:59, the time of this.
Leafs have not had a power play yet tonight. But again, you would just think based on Saturday night that the league is going to be sensitive about headshots and everything else, that this is still going to fall in the same category,
All right, here's the announcement.
After review, it was determined that there was no major penalty on the play. Penalties assessed. 2 Toronto, 4 minutes for roughing. 2 White, 2 minutes roughing.
And a night off for George Parros to boot. The Leafs end up shorthanded out of this.
That is a travesty. An absolute travesty. Absolute travesty. And if they were talking to the league in reviewing that, then the league has a... That's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. The Leafs are going to be shorthanded for 2 minutes because of a double minor for roughing to Simone Benoit. And White Cloud gets off literally scot-free.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, Joey. This could lead to a lot more from Simone Benoit when he gets out. You're going to take 4 minutes, do what White Cloud just did, and take 2. Leave your feet, take someone's head off. Now the officials, I guarantee you, whatever the officials are saying to Craig Berube right now is not going to make the Leaf coach feel any better.
This is an absolute travesty. After what went on the other night with Ryan Reeves, to have this happen is just in the same building. Absolute travesty. And going to the penalty box to serve the extra minor will be Alex Steeves. Wow. Penalty kill brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealer. Up your game. Lease the CRV from 2.99% up to 28 months. Visit HondaOntario.com. That's an embarrassment, NHL. That is an embarrassment. And if it's Kendrick Nicholson and Eric Ferlot making the decision on their own, then they need to have somebody talk to them as well.
Well, the worst thing is it was reviewed.
Back to the point now for Theodore. Near side and a shot blockered away by Wall. Played back along the boards for Eichel. Eichel to the half boards on the near side. Mirrored there by Dewar. Eichel with it again. Still with it. Getting it back to the point. Saucers it back to Theodore. Theodore back to Eichel. Eichel closes. Rink-wide pass. Shot. Blocker to save. Another save made by Wall. And he's going to cover up on it. And some pushing and shoving now.
And this is exactly what is going to happen for the rest of the night, based on that last call.
Well, it got everybody in the rink into it.
But, I mean, the frustration
Too bad
is just
the two officials didn't get into it and pay attention here. I can't believe that. I honestly cannot believe that.
So, White Cloud's penalty, just to be sure,
yeah.
I don't think
it
is
was a
anything
clean
on
hit.
It is nothing on the hit.
Yeah. It's roughing. He got roughing.
Well, clean hit him back.
Wow.
Like I said, I mean, I thought Grabenkin should have got a penalty for his hit on Shea Theodore in the first period. It should have been at least a 2, and how this escapes as what the NHL wants in the game, you say fine, but just be consistent.
And here's what will happen.
Ryan Reeves should have got a delay of game penalty Saturday night.
What will happen now is the league will review it maybe later, and a nice $2,500 fine will be levied against White Cloud, and everybody will be happy.
And a gift card to a restaurant.
Eichel back to the point. Theodore back to Eichel, left wing side, down low, a pass in front of the goal, and chipped away by Connor Timmins from the danger area in the blue paint. Nicholas Roy gets it around the boards at Eichel. Eichel on the near side. The former Sabre gets it down low once more. Back to Eichel. 25 seconds left in the penalty. Back to the point to Theodore. To Eichel again on the near half boards. A shot. Whoa! Is there to cover up on it. And is that Timmins, who did the cleaning of the house out in front, taking down Thomas Hurdle, and there'll be a face-off in the Toronto zone.
I'll tell you, this game is going to get worse because of that call.
Now McCabe, and one of the, who was that?
Now,
Roy.
Is this a penalty? No, they're not going to call that.
No.
That's not a, I mean, the incredible thing is they deemed that the hit was clean, even though the headshot put Nyes into the dressing, right? Protocol?
Left his feet, elbow to the head, but it's fine. You couldn't have a better example.
Wouldn't that be great to say, here's the play, make the call?
Yeah. Here's Marner getting the puck out at center and into the zone. Chips it along for Fraser Minten. Back for Marner. Marner circles back. A centering pass for Minten. He got a shot away. And Hill was able to glove that.
Boy, this place might have got louder than we saw it in overtime Saturday night. Minten scored a short-handed goal, just 2 seconds left. And the double minor to Benoit. Although he's going to have to stay in for the full 4 minutes, as Steves is getting ready to come out of the box, having served the 2.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just.
I can't believe that. At the point, a shot goes off the stick and into the glove of Hill, and that will do it. The penalty is over. Steves is out of the penalty box, and I believe we'll be going to a commercial break here with 9:59 left to play in the second period. And the officiating here has been an absolute farce. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Guess who's coming to town? Actually, we were thinking of another legend.
Hey, it's me, Smokey Robinson.
What's up, insiders? Thank you so much for helping us reach 60,000 insiders. Absolutely insane Sunday during the Grey Cup when the Argos defeated the Bombers in BC. We passed 60,000 insiders here on Toronto Sports Insider, and I just wanted to say thank you. 365 days ago, we were sitting at 4,762 subscribers. amazing growth, and I can't thank you enough. Thank you for sharing this link out. Thank you for bringing your friends here to hang out with us on a Friday night, a Saturday night, a Tuesday night, a Wednesday night. It doesn't matter for the Leafs when they're on the ice. Now let's get back to the hockey. Cheers to every single one of you. Thank you for making this happen. Now let's go Leafs. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
Play the level he's capable of in the playoffs. That's a big part of the equation. Connor can play better. He's one of the best goalies in the league. The Jets have been told by everybody but me, I want that noted, I got this one right, that everyone said they're going to take a step back.
Under Review with Mick Kerr, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Radio Network.
Face-off coming in the Vegas zone. White Cloud is still in the game. The unfortunate aspect now is that Ryan Reeves is not.
Now, technically, leaving the feet rule is more charging. And that wasn't a charge. It's the head is the principal contact, is it not?
Absolutely.
And that's, there were probably 2 or 3 different ways that you could have written up that ticket. Instead, you blame the person that got hit.
Puck out at center ice. Leafs bring it back in on the wing with Tavares. Tavares dragging it into the slot. Couldn't get a shot away. Nylander centers it for Tavares. Hit the goal post on the far side. Vegas break it back at center, and on the left wing, it's way offside. And then an elbow throwing it. Ekman-Larsson, and then Ekman-Larsson pile drives one of the Knights into the boards. And things are heating up already. And Tavares has dragged one of the Knights down and has him in a suplex. Or is that the double leg takedown?
This is exactly, what did we say 5 minutes ago? This is going to go on the rest of the night.
Yep.
If the call was different, then you could argue whatever side of the coin you want. But if the call was different, we would not have this.
So, gentlemen, Kendrick Nicholson and Eric Ferlot.
They're in for a long night.
They're in for a long night, and I sincerely hope a long phone call from the supervisor of officials.
And Ekman-Larsson, is he going to be the only one? No. I mean, I think the worst part was rubbing the salt into the wound by giving Benoit the double minor after Matthew Nyes left the game, and I don't believe Nyes has come back yet. Am I correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Looking over on the Leaf bench.
Yeah. Now there are two. I guess Tavares will go in there as well.
Yeah, Benoit's still.
Oh, wait a minute. No.
21 and 26, 2 minutes each for roughing. Toronto 95 and 91, 2 minutes each for roughing.
Oh boy, Leafs got a break there. Well, that's shorthanded.
So
see, now if you get to the point, and I mean, you're right. I mean, this is Howden, is it not? That again, he leaves his feet trying to hit Ekman-Larsson. And what, to me, what the fear is right now in this game, Joe, is somebody is going to get hurt. There is going to be, I mean, Matthew Nyes is already in the dressing room. As we're looking out, how many? Yeah, they're still short. 3 guys in the box now.
Face off outside the blue line in the.
Only 10 on the bench.
Yep. So 3 Leafs are in the penalty box. 2 of the Golden Knights, who are out shooting the Leafs 21-11 now in the 11-3 or 4 here in the second period as it bounces down into the Vegas zone.
Tavares might have the best chance of the period, though, putting it off the post.
Laid out at center ice. Tanev gets it up on the wing for Marner. Marner plays it on, and Minten sends it in over the line as Tanner Pearson took a healthy run at him. Vegas with a pass down the ice, but they're saying because Marner lifted the stick that there's no icing. Pass ahead for Marner off his stick into the Vegas zone. Knights go back with it. 9 minutes to play in the second period. 1-0 Toronto. Pushed ahead at center, and the Vegas Golden Knights are across the line with a pass into the slot. And a block in front of the net there by Connor Timmins. A pass up on the right side. Too far for Bobby McMahon. McMahon chasing his man Hurdle back into his own zone. Rubs him out on the boards on the far side. Played out at center and down into the Toronto zone. McCabe given a bump on the boards as it's played up on the wing for Pontus Holmberg. Swept around to the far side for McCabe. He gave the puck away, though. Roy then gave it away himself. Now Roy trying to come out with it, and it's intercepted, and the Leafs are able to break it out at center. Up on the left wing for Nylander. Nylander in with a saucered pass, and it was tipped in front of the goal, but no one there to get a good hit or get at least a shot away. Grabenkin with a good hit. Long shoot in, goes wide of the Leaf goal. Slammed to the boards is Benoit there by Nicholas Roy. Things are heating up again. Lorenz launches it high into the left wing corner and goes into the corner after the loose puck. Comes away with it as he whips it around to the near side. Pinching down is Tanev. Got it back of the net. Puck comes free. The Leafs are able to get it back to the blue line to Tanev. A shot blocked. And chipped ahead now by Vegas to get it in, but Tanev does a nice job of recovering to get the puck to his defenseman, and it is played out at center ice. Golden Knights regrouping back in their own zone. 7:20 to play in the second period. If you joined us late, Fraser Minten scored his first NHL goal in the first period to give the Leafs the lead. And then an absolutely horrific call. Non-call by the officials on Zach Whitecloud, who left his feet and elbowed.
Now the linesman keeps blowing the whistle and pointing.
There are too many men on the ice?
Is this just about who's got to stay on the ice because of the icing?
I guess. But Matthew Nye's taking the elbow and is not returned.
Like, even if it would have been just a 2-minute elbowing penalty and things were even, I think that would have upset a lot of people. But for the Leafs to come out of it shorthanded, I think was the part that is just, it's hard to believe.
Well, all of the gesturing was that Pontus Holmberg was not allowed to come off the bench, and Connor Dewar has to remain because of this icing. So it is coming back, face off to the right of Joseph Wall. 7:05 to play here in the period. Carlson wins the draw, comes back to the point. Theodore goes D to D, far side, gets it returned, working down the left wing, being chased there by Nylander, can't get it out. Round back of the net it goes for William Karlsson, trying to center, bouncing puck, played back in along the boards. Dewar plays it ahead, and he took a healthy hit as Robertson now works into the far corner. McCabe trying to come out with it as it comes around into the near corner. Back in there go the Knights, and grabbing his man is Timmins. He wrestles him to the ice. There's going to be a penalty here as Barbashev got tackled.
I mean, this is the right call. I think Barbashev goes down rather easily to sell it. And I will say, I don't think I ever saw a referee so excited to throw his arm up. Well, it's funny because a lot of times other teams will come in, we'll talk to other broadcasters, and they'll talk about a play, and they'll say, well, we knew we wouldn't get the call because it's Toronto. There's a perception that, but I do believe under the current Department of Justice in the National Hockey League, the Leafs are the leader now with Ryan Reeves making it 10 suspensions. So they have had more suspended players than any other. I believe Tom Wilson keeps Washington for the most games suspended.
Well, the Leafs are a man short for the third time in the game, and it's cleared out into the center ice area. Penalty kill brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealer. Up your game, lease the CRV from 2.99% up to 28 months. Visit HondaOntario.com. Here are the Knights in now with Eichel working down into the near corner. Holds the puck as he comes back to the half boards. Works into the slot area. Pass intercepted and shot out and down the ice by Chris Tanev. 6:04 to play in the second period. 1-0 Toronto.
Right, Timmins has to be smarter on that too, doesn't he?
Theodore turns the puck over. Here's Steven Lorenzen with a shot. That stopped, and the rebound is pushed aside by Hill. Back come the Knights up on the left wing. Hurdle can't get into the zone. Lorenz does a nice job pushing it back down into Vegas territory and now going to the bench. Brought on by Eichel. Eichel to the line. Boy, that looked like it was offside, but it gets sent along the boards on the near side. Cleared to the line, but not out. Kept in by Hanifin. Noah Hanifin getting the return pass at the near point. Dishes off on the left wing. Hurdle to the rink right side, and Eichel couldn't trap that as it comes to center. Now an errant pass is gobbled up by the Leafs and pushed back to the blue line, where Holtz will now start back for Vegas. Holtz dropping it off. In across the line with 29 seconds left in the penalty. Marner knocked his man down. That could be life imprisonment. Back to the point it comes to Hanifin. Long shot stopped by Wall. Cleared off the boards and down the ice. Well, if you're mathematics that things tend to even up, the Leafs should be getting some power play time as it rolls in front of the Toronto goal. Pushed around back of the net. Minten looking to try and come away with it, and does. Got it ahead. They try to play it out at center, but it's out of the reach of Timmins, who is just coming out of the penalty box. And an icing will result with 4:26 left to play here in the second period. And the Leafs hanging on to a 1-0 lead over the Vegas Golden Knights.
And heaven forbid if this game ever got out of hand one way or another, I think we'd be back into the 70s and have about an hour and a half period with brawls.
Face off to the right of Wall, and a lot of premature movement there, so they will face it off again after a stern warning. Puck is won by the Knights. Back to the point. Shot in traffic, doesn't make it through. Blocked to the right wing side, and Brett Howden has it knocked off his stick. Played it back to the point, but it comes out over the line as Pietrangelo couldn't keep it in. Now back to the Leaf blue line and played into the zone. McCabe circles the goal, played it out in front of his own net, and a shot is whistled wide of the net. Unexpecting that pass was Connor Dewar. The puck comes back to the point. Another shot deflects, and the Leafs are going to get away with that as it goes up into the screen and out of play. 3 minutes, 54 seconds to go, second period, and it is 1-0 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail...
Cheers, hockey fans. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Leafs and the Golden Knights from Vegas. Please let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Hope you're having a good time hanging out with tons of hockey fans, mostly the best fans in the world, the Toronto Maple Leafs and their fans. Thank you for letting us know in the chat where you're watching from. Put your flag emoji out there if you can on your phone. I want to see Canada flags all over the place, as well as all over the world internationally. Put your flags out. Everybody in the U.S. will see your city and state. Now let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go! We'll see you back in there.
See HondaOntario.com.
Craig. Craig likes it warm. Craig loves 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Craig doesn't understand Fahrenheit. But Craig does like to save money when he's at work. Craig also cares about his carbon footprint. He's so thoughtful, that Craig.
With SmartFlow from Enbridge Sustain, you won't have to think about your HVAC, but it will always be thinking of you. For a limited time, sign up and get up to $1,000 in bill credits and apply for up to $3,000 in rebates. Learn more at EnbridgeSustainSmartFlow.com. Terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Nice has tied the game, but a brilliant play by Max Domi
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
.354 left to play here in the second period. An eventful second period. And it appears that the Leafs forward complement has taken yet another hit as White Cloud has knocked Matthew Nyes out of the game with a completely legal leaving your feet, throwing your elbow at the head, which apparently the league wants back in the game, which is great. Lorenz stops a shot. That's blocked. The rebound in front of the net, Wall down. And Steven Lorenz is going to need a few ice packs tonight, isn't he?
Well, he's been incredible. Leafs the only team to be penalized in this game. Like we said, if Matthew Nyes has a head injury, which we assume that's what it is, the question then is how?
Oh, no,
right?
It's a completely legal hit.
No, I'm saying how do you get a head injury?
Well, Kendrick Nicholson and Eric Perlot need to be reprimanded or something. I mean, this is that.
Yeah, like I said, I think this game is going to turn pretty ugly if it hasn't already.
Centering pass comes back to the near side. A shot stopped by Wall. And Joseph Wall has been very, very busy in this second period, but has stood tall. 3:32 to play.
Aiden Hill, I don't know how often we even said his name. I mean, the best chances the Leafs have had. Minten at the end of the penalty kill had a chance, and John Tavares hit the crossbar, but it seems like the Leafs have been shorthanded for the better part of this period.
Has White Cloud, oh no, there he is now, okay. Face off to the right in the Toronto zone. Draw one by Vegas. Left wing side, Barbashev with a shot that went wide. White Cloud at the point, a shot blocked. Rebound in front of the goal. Wall makes another save and it goes into the corner. Centering pass. Vegas pressing now as the pass comes back to White Cloud. His shot was blocked by Nick Robertson. Robertson tries to work his way out, and he does. He'll get it up on the right side. Ekman-Larsson will play it to the line, but not get it in deep enough. And now Dewar along the boards, battles, got it freed. Minten sends it to the side of the net, tipped into the corner. Played back to the blue line. Ekman-Larsson backhanding it back along the boards. Cut off by William Karlsson, who gets it out at center. Connor Dewar will drop it back for the Maple Leafs. Morgan Riley holding the puck. Near side for Oliver Ekman-Larsson. They exchange it. Riley banks it ahead. Marner tips it down into Vegas territory. Puck around back of the net. And brought out now with a pass by Theodore up on the right wing. Pearson gets it down into the Leaf end. Reversed along the boards now for Bobby McMahon. McMahon gets it back to his defense. And the pass comes to Tanev, who will play it out at center. Off a stick and into Vegas territory. Goaltender Hill out of the goal to play it into the corner. Long lead pass. Dorofiev in over the line, but it apparently bounced over his stick because they're going to give it an icing charge against Vegas.
Now, were you thinking the same thing I did when Aiden Hill came up behind the net to play it and Bobby McMahon was in pursuit?
See, see that sweater that's hanging up over there, that number 17
Yes.
with Clark? You know that this would not have gone unmatched and or noticed.
Yeah, with Whittle on Aiden Hill might have been a little quicker to get back into the net. But I mean, you just think that we're pretty still close to a boiling point in this game.
Nylander on the far boards tries to center, went off a stick back to the net. Unable to center it though was Grabenkin. Now down the boards comes Ekman-Larsson to flip it around to the left wing side. Riley is able to keep it in, but can't do much more with it. And Vegas starts out now with a pass up on the left wing, and Pearson gets it elevated to center and to the Leaf line. Eichel across the line, got it back again. He works into the slot area, tried to get a shot away, and Nylander stole it from him. Willie working back against Hannafin, but now running out of real estate. Plays it down into the corner. One of the Leafs has got to maybe just get the speedos on here and go for a dive in the pool. 3 straight power plays for Vegas. Left wing side, pass down into the corner, back of the net. Grabenkin gives it back to the blue line, into the slot for Nylander, back to Grabenkin, and a shot. And that was blocked. Grabenkin gets it again in center front. Nylander jamming away at it. Oh, and it just tipped wide of the net. And the Vegas Golden Knights will ice the puck.
I think Nylander may have caught the post on 2 of those attempts, Joe. First one off the left toe of Aiden Hill. Next one, side of the net, and then the next one, I believe, off the post, but it was from a fairly sharp angle by the time it bounced back to Nylander the third time.
Face off in the Vegas zone. 55.3 seconds left to play in the period. Draw scrum, but the Vegas Golden Knights control. Play it up on the boards. Tavares got it pushed back towards the line, but couldn't get it back to Morgan Riley far enough. Riley controls in the neutral zone now. Tavares playing it in over the line. McMahon will go into forecheck with 38 seconds left in the period. Vegas back of their own goal. Getting it up on the wing now for Howden. Howden will send it down into the corner. In goes Ekman Larsson with a good hit there to straighten his man out. Puck centers in front, knocked away by Wall. Gobbled up there by Tavares. Tavares running out of real estate. Plays it around the boards and back of the net. Oliver Ekman Larsson got it ahead and just tipped out at center ice then by Bobby McMahon. Now the Knights trying to get in over the line. Stolen back by Toronto. Tavares turns with it. Tavares trying to flip it ahead. 3 seconds left. Riley trying to shoot it at the net, but that won't happen as the horn goes to end an eventful second period. Not on the score sheet, but in the absolute travesty of officiating that we have seen this season so far as the Maple Leafs are concerned. It is 1-0. The Leafs with a Fraser Minten goal in the first period.
You wonder, is this the worst that has passed for the Leafs in this game? I mean, this was a huge test. That turnaround going from what looked like it could have been a major penalty to Vegas. And out of all of it, the Leafs ended up shorthanded. And Matthew Nyes, to make matters worse, after that hit by Zach Whitecloud, still has not returned to the game for the Leafs.
So we will step aside for Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
This week on Let's Go with Bill Belichick, Max Crosby, Peter King, and me, Jim Gray. With 2 greats, Bill Belichick and Tom Brady.
Allen going to take it and run, and he's into the end zone.
I like them going for it because the last thing you want to do is kick the field goal. You're up 5 with Patrick with the ball with 2 minutes left. You're like a sitting duck.
Spags didn't have the spy on this time on 4th down, and Allen got him in the 4th quarter with the scramble.
Listen to the extended version of Let's Go, now available exclusively on the all-new SiriusXM app.
24/7 hockey talk.
Kevin Cheveldayoff, Winnipeg Jets. What the heck's with this Kyle Connor? I'm curious what you saw and how it's evolved.
His offensive instinct, really just top end. It's just been one of those guys that, play me with this guy, okay. Play me with that guy, okay. In these last couple of years, he's learned to have the layer of the defensive structure as well. That's just made him a much more complete player.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio.
SiriusXM 91.
And on your schedule with the SiriusXM app.
Under review.
And nobody in Winnipeg wants to say it, but I'll say it. Connor Hellebuyck did not play the level he's capable of in the playoffs.
Hate when I do that. It's the worst when I forget to unmute the microphone in the second one here from OBS. Insiders, how we doing? 1-0 Buds, end of the second period. Joseph Wall, stand up, my man. Holy Mackinac. Joseph Wall is on fire out there. The Leafs getting outshot badly by the Golden Knights in this one. It's not pretty, but it doesn't matter. We've got the 1-0 lead. Wall standing up. Let's keep it going, and hopefully we'll be able to put another one through here, even though my poll did not work for the second goal. So we're going to end that poll there now. But Northern Farm Girl, great to see you. I wanted to also let you know, I just put this this chat here. I'm pinning it to the chat. Go check it out. It's the second intermission. Go check out Jelly Leafs HD. I know a lot of you have already been over there and have already subscribed, and you've probably seen the video already. If you haven't, if you're a Leafs fan, you need to go over there, click that link that's pinned in the chat. Go check out that video. It's 5 minutes of the hit, the call, everything. The travesty that was tonight against Matthew Nyes and the Toronto Maple Leafs. So go check that out and go subscribe to Leafs Jelly HD. Man's blowing up over there. Unbelievable content. It's what we love as insiders. Joe Bowen commentary with the highlights. He beats Sportsnet every night, so go over there and check it out. All right, Richard Fewer in the chat. Big jam roll. Ryan Pecchio. All right. How you doing, Ryan? Good to see you. Glad to have you here hanging out with us as the Leafs got the 1-0 lead over the Golden Knights of Vegas. Not Las Vegas. They're not the Las Vegas Golden Knights. They're the Vegas Golden Knights. Wow. I was surprised on that one that I got in trouble there from a friend of mine. He's like, they're not the Las Vegas Golden Knights. All right. Let's get it done here in the third period, Leafs. Get those cocktails refilled. I've got some wine in a solo cup. Cheers, bees. Let's have some fun in the chat. We'll see you back in there.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, the Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. 1-0 after 40 minutes. Ailish Forfar, Justin Cuthbert here for your intermissions. And that was a busy, eventful, physical period. Where should we begin?
I think we probably have to talk about Zach Whitecloud's hit on Matthew Nyes. Certainly, certainly the story of the period.
Story of the game, I think. Story to Fraser Minten.
Yeah.
And probably the story of the rest of this week.
All right, what do you think?
So let's break it down here. Whitecloud hits Nyes, coming through the middle of the ice. And now we've seen the video replay in every shape, form, speed, whatever quality, color, everything. At first I thought, wow, that looked pretty fine. And I think my biggest concern with it now is watching it multiple times on replay is the contact does, whether it starts at the head or goes into the head, Matthew Nyes' head is hit. And I do feel like, and you're going to disagree with me, that he does leave his feet. But we've now seen enough videos where he doesn't leave his feet till after he's hit. Regardless, it's a dangerous play for Matthew Nyes.
Sure.
Can you agree on that?
I'll agree that it's a predatory hit because clearly he wanted to lay a big body check on Matthew Nyes, but body checking is part of the game. I feel nowhere near as passionate as Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph do about the hit. I do think predatory, but I do think there's a clean predatory thing that can happen. And I look at that hit, and what happens after he makes contact with Matthew Nyes is actually not part of the intent. You bounce off 225-pound bodies. That's what happens. That's called physics for me. The center line or the head thing, principal point of contact, I guess, would be the head. But if you want to just compare this to Ryan Reeves and that situation from the other night, the head for Darnell Nurse is way off the center line, and the head is the principal point of contact off the center line. With Zach Whitecloud, the head is on the center line. The head is crouched forward because he's not expecting to get hit, and he's not in a very responsible position. And Zach Whitecloud goes through the actual center line, which includes the head. So for that reason, you can really nitpick it. But when they went to review and they called no penalty, I wasn't surprised at all.
I think that it's a
and that's not because I think the league's against the Leafs. I think it's because they reviewed the call, and sometimes the head gets involved when body checking happens legally or semi-legally.
I think there's a lot of frustration and immediate impulsive reaction because of, and understandably so, because of Sunday night or Saturday night's hit with Reeves and the circumstances that he's got a 5-game suspension because of it. And obviously that hit has some similarities. It has some differences. Knies, we don't know the situation, has not rejoined the team since it happened. And our Darnell Nurse was left bloody as well. So I think there's like fans looking for immediate redemption, right? Like, well, you just did the same thing to our own Matthew Knies and you didn't even get a penalty. The icing on the cake was that the Maple Leafs ended up with a penalty kill. And I think there's just so much anger and frustration with the way that was dealt with. Benoit gets the extra 2 minutes. White Cloud gets 2, and Benoit gets 4, and the Leafs have to go in the penalty kill after losing.
Yeah, and I certainly don't agree with that. Like, sometimes you just got to use common sense.
Yes.
Look like a bad hit, an important player. Yeah. His head slammed off the ice. And again, that's not what White Cloud did to him. Mm-hmm. It was the result of the hit. And of course, there's going to be a response, and a hard hit initiated all that. I think you have to, as an officiating team, look at that and think, okay, all's equal at the very least after we look at that hit. I definitely don't think it was fair for the Maple Leafs to come out on the penalty kill there. That seemed a tad much.
So what happened after that was obviously a period that kind of just like crumbled away into a little bit of disarray. But I think this important point to mention how much this obviously fueled the Maple Leafs in terms of like their anger and their pushback and their snot and their response. John Tavares was really pissed off, like throwing people around and getting into fights and scrums. And like, this is like coming, it is devolving into a bit of a chaotic game. And obviously I think if there was something differently decided after this play, maybe things would be cleaner. Scrums, hits, probably some dangerous hockey happening because of the situation. Good to see the Maple Leafs standing up for a guy. Matthew Knies is a hugely important player of this team, and you hope there's nothing going on, in terms of concussion or injury. So we'll obviously get those things after the game. But I think that this third period is going to be pretty messy.
Yeah, I mean, I think so far the physical response has been spot on. I think what Simone Benoit did right after was right, given what it looked like. I think we've seen physicality from Oliver Ekman-Larsson. You mentioned John Tavares, sort of across the board. Everyone's been engaged. The Connor Timmins penalty was just ridiculous. If that's how he wants to involve himself, probably best to sit this one out. But yeah, the Maple Leafs have wilted in situations like this before. And if we're finding out ways in which this team is different, yeah, like it feels like a Craig Berube team is responding in the moment. Now, what happens if Ryan Reeves is playing this game? I'm not really sure. Maybe Jake McCabe gets involved because he looks like he wants to get involved. It seems like this is going to continue. But I will ask one more time, in Craig Berube's NHL, is he not okay with that hit?
Well, we could see the broadcast feed right afterwards, and they were showing a bunch of Craig Berube, hits and
the game has changed in Craig Berube's NHL, but you don't even have to answer that. We'll let Craig Berube answer that after the game. I'm very curious to what he would say. I mean, you definitely want to stick up for your guys, but also he doesn't seem like the guy who's going to be hypocritical in moments like this. Like if Matthew Knies threw that hit, I think there'd be a celebration after, and I think Craig Berube would be very happy with his guy throwing body checks like that. So we'll see what happens. Again, I might be in the minority on this one. But I think if you break it down, clear eyes tomorrow, and we'll see what the coach says. But just in general, these things kind of happen sometimes.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. We've got a little bit of time on the other side. We'll touch on some other points aside from the hit in the moment. Still 1-0 game. Leafs, have a great goal by Fraser Minten, but this game is not far from over at this point. And maybe some power plays will come in favor of the Maple Leafs after this. Yeah, I think this third period might open up a little bit in terms of some space for them to get a couple more opportunities.
3 straight power plays for Vegas.
Yeah. I think the Leafs might get some power plays. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side and get you set for third period. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
NHLShop.ca, the official online store of the National Hockey League, and Canada's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear, with unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics, and all the latest styles for every NHL team.
All right, insiders, we're here in the commercial break. I just wanted to take a second and turn my TV down. My white favorite TFC, my God, too much wine. Leafs jersey that I have here. This is a game-worn Maple Leafs jersey by none other than Ryan Pepperall. Now, you guys probably have no idea who Ryan Pepperall is, and that's actually why I am doing this right now during the intermission. So I worked for the Florida Everblades of the East Coast Hockey League down in Fort Myers, Estero, Florida for a while, and we had a guy named Ryan Pepperall play a few games with us who had played a few preseason games for the Toronto Maple Leafs in, I believe it was 1999 and 2000, right around the time when the Gardens was getting shut down and the Air Canada Center was coming up. And I bought this on a Leafs, some Leafs site. It was some type of donation raffle or auction or something like that. And he no longer played for the Everblades when I was still there working when I was in college. But if anybody knows Ryan Pepperall, if he wants this jersey, it's his, man. This is his jersey. He never made it up to the show. He spent a lot of time with, he started out in the juniors with the Kitchener Rangers, then 3 years with the St. John's Maple Leafs, and then a year with my Florida Everblades there in the ECHL, Toledo Storm, Birmingham Bulls, and BC Icemen, and then that was the end for Ryan Pepperall's career. But if anybody knows him, especially if he's from the Niagara Falls area, let him know. Have him reach out to us here on Toronto Sports Insider. TorontoSportsInsider@gmail.com is the email address, and I got to get this jersey to him because it belongs to him. Young kid from Toronto playing hockey. So, yeah, there you go. Back to the hockey in the intermission report. Thank you all for being here. Cheers, everybody. Let's have some fun in the chat in the third period. Let's go, Joseph Wall. Let's keep it going. And let's get another goal here, huh? Go, Leafs, go. Let's get it going in the chat. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go.
Company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
What a brilliant move by Willie Nylander, and we have a tie game.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey, Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Let's take one last look at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. Bet365 must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit ConnexOntario.ca.
Only 2 games currently ongoing. Hurricanes have a 4-1 lead over the Flyers, and the Dallas Stars have a 3-1 lead over the San Jose Sharks. Still to come tonight, Nashville and Seattle, and Buffalo and the LA Kings.
All right, we have 20 minutes left to play. It is a 1-0 lead for the Maple Leafs after Fraser Minten's first NHL goal. We'll see what the third period has in store. Joe Bone and Jim Ralph will have the call next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to SiriusXM.
Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of SiriusXM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL Final.
Trinity Rodman and the Washington Spirit take on Marta and the Orlando Pride.
Join us as we make history on Saturday night at 8 Eastern.
And it's on SiriusXM FC channel 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
24/7 hockey talk.
Kevin Cheveldayoff, Winnipeg Jets. What the heck's with this Kyle Connor? I'm curious what you saw and how it's evolved.
His offensive instinct, really just top end. It's just been one of those guys that, play me with this guy, okay. Play me with that guy, okay. In these last couple of years, he's learned to have the layer of the defensive structure as well. That's just made him a much more complete player.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91. And on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. Under review.
And nobody in Winnipeg wants to say it, but I'll say it. Connor Hellebuck did not play the level he's capable of in the playoffs. That's a big part of the equation. Connor can play better. He's one of the best goalies in the league. The Jets have been told by everybody, but me, I want that noted, I got this one right, that everyone said they're going to take a step back.
Under review with Mick Kern. 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91 and the SiriusXM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
Tampa Bay Lightning General Manager Julian Brisebois.
Can you tell us something about Nikita Kucherov, the player, the person?
He puts so much time working at his craft. He is looking to improve every little detail of his game, of his skill set. He gets rewarded by being an all-time great player, and we get rewarded by having one of the best players in the world on our team every night.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM
and the Leafs Radio Network.
After the third period, the Maple Leafs hanging on to a 1-0 lead over the Vegas Golden Knights in a game that has turned ugly. And certainly a lot of discussion on press row as to the hit by Zach Whitecloud on Matthew Knies, who has not returned to the Leaf bench to start this third period. He's had a history of concussions.
That a few. I want to go back to what the projected lineup was at the start of the year. Half the forwards are out.
Isn't that something? That's unbelievable. So, puck is dropped. We're underway for the third period. Kolasar brings it in over the line. Sent around the boards by Roy to the near side. Riley ties his man up. The puck is pushed along the boards but not cleared. And then goes to the right wing side. Ekman Larsson will get it out at center. Trying to chip it ahead was Nylander, but it's brought back in now by Vegas. The Leafs have blocked 20 shots and allowed 26 to get to Joseph Woll as around back of the net. Woll playing it up on the boards, and now Ekman Larsson trying to get it out. Has some difficulties, but is able to find Morgan Riley, and Riley gets it to center and out into neutral ice. Now brought on now by the Leafs, Grabenkin, who gets it into the left wing corner. Grabenkin around back, and that centered it, and no one was there to take advantage of it. It caromed off the side of the goal and came right out in front where no one was stationed. Now here are the Golden Knights in with a shot that was blocked there by McCabe, and the Leafs are able to push it out at center, but now Vegas bringing it right back in again. Eichel on the left wing, centering pass, that was stopped. Rebound in front was knocked to the near boards. Leafs can't get it out. Vegas pressing again. Shot from a sharp angle goes off a stick and up into the screen and out of play.
And we did get the official word that Matthew Knies' upper body will not return today.
You think?
I mean, like you said, we've had a lot of discussions with other broadcasters and scouts up here. My issue with it was leaving your feet, and after contact is made, you can see the arm continues forward. So, you get interference penalties on those reverse hits where you sort of leave your feet and jump back into somebody. I mean, that, to me, it wasn't he dropped his shoulder and hit him with a clean head. I mean, that's, to me, was meant to do damage.
Here's Tavares around back of the net. He's dragged down. Oh, a penalty coming against Vegas. Back to the point it comes. Left wing side and across ice speed for Nylander fresh off the bench. Nylander closing with a shot that was stopped and covered.
This is a bit of a weak call.
But the Leafs have had 3 penalties against them. Oh! Whitecloud's getting a hooking penalty. Well, that's not. Power play brought to you by Enbridge Sustain. With a smart flow heating and cooling system that's always thinking about you, you can just think about the player's sweet flow. You guys need to get a life. I'm talking about Andrew and Armin here. Face off to the right. Leafs on the power play for the first time in the game. Marner walks the line, right wing side. Got a shot away, and it was just off the mark wide. Nylander keeps it into him. Bouncing puck in the slot is going to be swept out and down the ice by the penalty killers. So White Cloud gets the penalty. First power play opportunity of the game for the Maple Leafs. Nylander coming through center. How big would a goal be here? And Vegas is going to send it back into the Toronto zone. Riley circles the goal. Got it ahead for Marner. Marner up on the right wing for Tavares. Tavares banks it back to Marner, back to the point to Riley, back to Marner, far side. Pass in front of the net. Tavares rang it off the goal post, and I mean he may have dented it. Centering pass, Nylander's in! Stopped by the goaltender! Back to the point, Riley to Marner! And that shot was blocked, but now there's trouble. A pass up on the right side. Brett Howden working to the net with a backhand pass! And it was deflected wide of the goal. Leafs trying to take advantage and do. Up ahead for Marner. Now to Nylander, closing! Score! Holy Mackinac! Point taken! 2-0 Toronto!
And then the Golden Knights get caught with 3 players trying to create offense while shorthanded. When the Leafs get the puck back, it's one quick pass up ice that leads to a 2-on-1. And we talked about Willie Nylander in his multi-point games. He's got another one as he drifts in, taking the pass from Mitch Marner. Right wing circle, looks up, has all kinds of time to wait, pick a spot. And he fires this through Aiden Hill to give the Leafs a 2-0 lead.
5th power play goal of the season for Willie. 13th overall.
Boy, I realize you're down a goal in the third period, but for Vegas to gamble, Joe? I mean, it was a...
Wait a minute. Did you just think what you just said?
Oh, my God.
Just think what you just said.
I apologize.
Well, I would hope you would.
I'm going to roll the dice and come up with something better.
No. Played down into the Vegas zone. You should have just said the Golden Knights.
Yeah,
and then everything would have been fine. Leafs keep the puck in on the right wing side. Timmins sends it wide of the goal. Back of the net into the corner now. Here's Dewar, a centering pass in front of the goal, a backhand. Oh, and it hit the goal post off the stick of Lorenz. Another shot is deflected wide. Another shot goes high and wide. Leafs pressing here as it's knocked in along the boards. Cleared high to center ice. Leafs are able to get back and recover. Timmins working out of his own zone. Now circles back. Timmins with it on the right wing boards. Cross ice speed for his defense partner, Morgan Riley. Riley gives it back to him. They play it out at center. You were pointing at something. I'm not sure what it was, Mr. Robertson.
Something on the ice.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Robertson just knocked it away.
All right. Down along the boards into the corner. And they're knocking whatever it is around in front as it goes around back of the lead. Goal, a shot hit the side of the net. Vegas trying to press here. Whatever it is, it's a centering pass, comes back to the point. Now here's Korczak trying to get a shot away. It's blocked. Left wing side for McNabb, a shot that goes wide of the lead goal. Puck comes back to the near side, and it's out into the center ice area. Leafs after it again with Nylander. Trying to center, he does. Into the slot, a shot. Rebound. Unable to finish it was McCabe. Taken to the boards with a fairly hefty hit. Leafs come away with Tavares. Trying to one-hand it in front. Stolen back by the Leafs and then pushed to the line. And Vegas will regroup. Crowd into it as the puck goes back into the Toronto zone. The official had a chance to pick up whatever it was and now has it in his hand. Like almost half a stick, but I don't know what it is. Now the Vegas Knights get it across the line. Drop pass. Trying to get in front. Knocked away by Bobby McMahon. McMahon sprinting with it. He's got Pontus Holmberg with him. McMahon with a shot into the glove of Aiden Hill, and he will stop play. The Leafs lead 2-0 against the Vegas Golden Knights with 14:24 to play here in the third period as William Nylander from Marner and Tavares extends the lead.
Stat I was going to give you a little earlier, but William Karlsson was his first season with the Vegas Golden Knights. Hit the 70-point mark. And I can't remember where I wrote it down. I believe 73 points.
Okay.
Nobody has topped that total with Vegas' existence in the National Hockey League. So nobody's been a point per game player, 82 points or more, which is kind of incredible considering the success they've had as a team. Yeah,
absolutely.
It's all been all about balance. Jonathan Marchessault hit the 70-point mark that first season as well.
Leafs with a bank pass ahead to Marner. He's just going to chip it into Vegas territory and get wholesale change going for Toronto.
78 points first share for Karlsson.
Cross the line offside at the Toronto blue line. Benoit took a bit of a shove at Dorofeyev, and he kind of turned and tried to throw a punch at Benoit, but nothing more develops. It is a 2-0 Toronto lead. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Baltimore Ravens and Pittsburgh Steelers, you know it's going to be a two-chin strap game.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on Sirius XM NFL Radio.
What's up, insiders? Thank you so much for helping us reach 60,000 insiders. Absolutely insane Sunday during the Grey Cup when the Argos defeated the Bombers in BC. We passed 60,000 insiders here on Toronto Sports Insider, and I just wanted to say thank you. 365 days ago, we were sitting at 4,762 subscribers. Amazing growth, and I can't thank you enough. Thank you for sharing this link out. Thank you for bringing your friends here to hang out with us on a Friday night, a Saturday night, a Tuesday night, a Wednesday night. It doesn't matter for the Leafs when they're on the ice. Now let's get back to the hockey. Cheers to every single one of you. Thank you for making this happen. Now let's go Leafs. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of SiriusXM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL Final.
That's right, Heather. We'll be taking you through every thrilling moment live from Kansas City.
Join us as we make history at the 2024 NWSL Final on Saturday, November 23rd at 8 Eastern.
And it's on SiriusXM FC channel 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Leafs Radio Network.
13:52 to play in the third period. The Leafs have added an insurance goal off the stick of William Nylander from Marner and Tavares at 3:01 to make it 2-0. Our next action's not till Sunday, when Utah Hockey Club will be in town for the first time.
I know there's still talk about maybe a different nickname. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of soccer clubs are called football clubs.
Yeah. Liverpool.
Toronto FC.
Puck along the board's far side in the Toronto zone. Poked to the line. Pushed out at center by Steves. He won't be able to catch up to it as the Golden Knights go back into their own zone. And play it to the line and out. Brought on by Schwitt. In on the wing. A drop pass into the slot. Closing. And a shot blocked. The rebound was tipped wide of the Leaf goal. Into the corner. Benoit slammed into Tanner Pearson with a pretty good hit. And the puck comes out at center and a penalty coming to Vegas. Pass into the slot. In a goal. DeBacon stopped the rebound to the goal line and touched.
Boy, Bobby McMahon made a great move, but runs into Aiden Hill. And, again, that's flirting with goalie interference as he goes right into the Vegas goaltender. Draws some attention, but to me, this is a makeup call. Benoit with a big hit down to the left of Joseph Wall. The retaliation to me was very little. But the Vegas Golden Knights are going to be penalized for it. Is it McNabb that is going to go, Joe? Yeah. And that was sort of the follow-up after the hit. But But again, you look at McMahon going down the ice and taking the pass from Steves, middle of the ice. Or pardon me, that was Grabenkin, 71, not 74. That's still, to me, close to goalie interference. He goes in on his own and makes contact. But Leafs will take it.
Or the power play brought to you by Enbridge Sustain with a smart flow heating and cooling system that's always thinking about you. You can just think about the players' sweet flow. Puck along the boards, Marner getting it back to the blue line to Riley. The return to Marner, swept into the corner. Back to Marner, trying to keep it in. Nylander helps out. Tavares now to the near side. Now it is banked by Minten, back to the blue line. Marner to the far side. Riley looking in front, got a shot away. It was partially blocked. Cleared off the boards. Marner's going to keep it in. Near side for Willie. Nylander closes, doesn't shoot it. Cross ice, Marner settles, got it in front of the net, and it was deflected wide. Played back to the blue line. Riley, a diving play to keep it in, but it's going to bounce out at center ice as Marner couldn't help him out. Marner to the line and in. Stops up. Passes into the slot. Near side, Willie, a pass in front of the goal. Oh, Tavares was in a perfect spot, but he mishandled the puck, and by the time he got it cradled again, his opportunity had evaporated. Long lead pass. Bobby McMahon was in behind the defense. He's in. One hands it to the net before being hauled down by Shea Theodore, which was more of a penalty than the one that was just called to put the Leafs on the power play, but none happens here.
49 seconds still to go. Leafs have had some pretty good looks with the man advantage, haven't they? I mean, they did score the power play goal a little earlier in the period. Willie Nylander, but they've had some pretty good looks moving the puck around.
Face off in the zone, won by Toronto. Near side for Robertson. His shot deflected wide. Rebound on the near wing, cleared to the line, but it won't get out. Kept in by Ekman-Larsson. Gets it back from Nylander. Nylander gets the return pass. Returns it again to Ekman-Larsson. He walks the line to the near side, back to Willie. Willie closes, doesn't shoot it. Into the corner, he still has it. Looking back into the slot. Pass blocked, rebound grabbed, and now three of the Golden Knights breaking in over the Leaf line, trying to drive, and a good play by Ekman-Larsson to just take his man completely wide. Brought out by Nylander. He hits the line with speed on the left wing, stops it up into the slot area. Unable to shoot it. It comes back to the point, and a drive was deflected over top of the goal. Leafs come away with it with 2 seconds left in the penalty. Robertson trying to center, and it went wide. Grabbed off on the far side. Here is Grabenkin trying to get it in front. Grabenkin working into the corner. Sends it around back of the net. Bobby McMahon gets it back to the point. Kept in there by McCabe. It goes around to the far side. Shot around the boards by Timmins. Finds his defense partner. Timmins gets it again. Centering pass and a shot. Whistled by Dewar, but off the stick of Pietrangelo up into the screen. And the Leafs have had a much better third period and have been rewarded for it with a power play goal from William Nylander to give the Leafs a 2-0 lead.
And thanks in part to the two power plays, but out shooting Vegas 9-2 here in the first 9 minutes and 26 seconds of the third period. Well, have any kind of success, you got to find a way to get through adversity. Think they're done yet?
Pass into the slot area now for McCabe. He drops it back to the blue line. Kept in by Marner to Tavares. Tavares holds. Can't get around one man. Played back on the boards and out at center, which will force Tanev back. And an icing call is going to be the end result. So it'll come all the way back into Vegas territory. With 10-12 to play in the third period. The goal scorers have been Fraser Minten with his first NHL tally from Nylander and Ekman-Larsson in the first period. And Nylander from Marner and Tavares on the power play at 3:01 of the third. Draw to the right in the Vegas zone. Won cleanly by Eichel. Puck back up on the far boards. tipped into the slot area, almost stolen there by Nylander. And it is shot out and down the ice now, and Wall will leave it there, and the Leafs are back in their own zone. Oliver Ekman-Larsson into the corner for Nylander. Nylander skates down the right wing boards. Nylander in over the line with a shot. That was handled there by Hill, poked into the corner, brought back by the Leafs and retained. Back to the point it goes to Benoit. Benoit down the left wing board, centers in front of the goal. Trying to get it back to Nylander, didn't work. Benoit gives it to Nylander. Nylander on the near boards, back it goes to Benoit in the slot. Coming, a pass in front, deflected. Great play and a great save made by Hill. That was redirected by Connor Dewar right in front of the Vegas goalkeeper.
Well, Simon Benoit has showed a little flair for the offense in this game too, hasn't he?
Left wing side, Dewar into the corner. Chips it around back of the net. Bobby McMahon couldn't wrap it around from behind. Takes a hit and was body checked and knocked down there by Barbashev. But the Leafs have it again in the center ice zone. McMahon back on his skates, gets it back to Pontus Holmberg. Little stutter step move, and as he tried to play it back to the blue line, it was intercepted, and Vegas gets it out at center. Tanner Pearson getting it down into the Leaf end. Round back of the net, it's swept on the near side. McMahon gets it off on the wing, and the Leafs try to work it out as Holmberg will send it into the zone. Minten chases after it, and as he tried to bat it in front of the net, it's stolen, and then a shot from a sharp angle was handled by Hill off the stick of Lorentz. Lorentz against the boards, and Robertson can't keep it in for him. Callahan-Burke gets it in, and a shot whistles high and wide of the Leaf goal. Down on the boards, a pass intercepted here. Pietrangelo with a shot. That stopped. There's a rebound laying in front. And Robertson's going to dig it out and get it to the line, but not out. He had another foot to go and didn't get it out. Puck back in the zone, and now tipped by Lorenz out into center ice.
Boy, Nick Robertson's got to clean that up. That was twice. He turned the puck over twice. And Vegas was unable to take advantage of it.
Benoit back in his own zone. Reverses the puck to find Marner. He mishandles it. Kept alive by Vegas. Stolen by Tavares, though. Tavares trying to flip it for Marner. And he knocked it out of the air, but it was stolen back by Vegas. They'll get in over the line. Hip check by Benoit. Misses his man as Hurdle got by him. Puck around the far side, and here's the former captain driving to center. Tavares to the line and in. Trying to get around Hannafin. Round back of the net, and unable to trap it there was McMahon. And the Golden Knights will play it out into the center ice area. 7:14 to go in the third. Leafs with a 2-0 lead. A shot blockered away nicely by Wall. Played back of the net for Tanner. And the Leafs are now just playing it off the glass to get it to the line, but not out. Kept in there by Theodore. Into the corner it goes. Vegas cycling. Theodore's shot blockered away there by Wall. Kept alive on the far point by Whitecloud. Whitecloud gets it over to Theodore. Shot coming. Blocked by Wall. Rebound goes around back of the net. Tanev would just like to get it out, and he'll get it airmailed high enough to get it down to the blue line area. Got to know your hog line weight. You know, you just get that up in the air enough to just not cause icing. Nice job there as Tavares intercepted a pass, forcing Vegas back into their own zone to reorganize. 6:20 to go in the third. Pass on the left wing. Ekman-Larsson trying to catch up to his man and does a nice job there of breaking up the rush, but the Vegas Golden Knights get it back in the corner. Puck along the boards, grabbed there by McMahon. He'll skate to center and gingerly play it down into the offensive zone. Vegas regroups. Back comes Eichel. Eichel in on the right side, dropping it back. Stolen by Steves. Banked back out at center ice by the Leafs. Steves trying to get to it again. Vegas loses it. Alex Steves sends it deep on a flip into the Vegas end. Off the boards near side for Barbashev. Barbashev can't get out cleanly. Puck to center ice, and now Eichel in across the line. Right wing side, Stock. Rebound to center. Just flipped there by the youngster Grabenkin to get it out and into neutral ice. Leafs are getting a change going. Laid up on the right side. Burke gets into the near half boards. Looks to make a pass. Still has it on his stick. Fanned on a shot. Gets it again in the corner, and Benoit is there to pin him there. At least it was McCabe, 22. McCabe with it now in the near corner, flipping it around for Tanev, and now to Lorenz, and Lorenz does a nice job. Get it out, and he does. 4:56 to play. Shot back into Toronto territory. Both teams are changing. Round back of the net, Christopher Tanev stops things up, waits for teammates to get into position. Now looks for a man. Nylander circles around back of the net. Tanev starts out on that side, and they have to respect Willie's speed as it's played down into the zone, but it's going to be no icing as Nylander is able to get back. Pucking along the boards in the offensive zone. Pushed ahead on the left wing now for Vegas. They'll get into the slot with a drop pass into the slot, and the stick of McMahon sends that up into the screen as Ekman Larsson crashed into the Leaf goal.
Yeah, he actually sort of tripped and fell on his own, but then got pushed the rest of the way by the Vegas forward. But the Leafs will take the opportunity with 4:17 to go and protecting this lead here in the third.
Now, Wall started for the bench thinking that there was a TV timeout here, but apparently not. Third period is brought to you by Enbridge Sustain. With a smart flow heating and cooling system that's always thinking about you, you can just think about the players' sweet flow. Got my hair cut the other day.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it ever since.
Starks Barber Company. Played around the boards into the left wing side. Leafs play it out at center. Pontus Holmberg in over the line, was knocked off stride and then lost the puck. And trying to steal it back, but it is pushed ahead, and Roy will shoot it into the Toronto zone. Wall tipping it back. Leafs get it to the line and out. Down the left wing comes Tavares. Sends a backhand wide of the Vegas goal. Played up on the wing for Roy. Roy pushes it ahead at center. Backhanded by Thomas Hertl into the Leaf end. Tanev punching it around the boards, and it's going to go off the stick of Noah Hannafin and clear the boards and go out of play. And now we have our timeout. The Leafs 2, the Vegas Golden Knights no score. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
As fall approaches and birds head south, a different kind of bird emerges, the Subaru. While migratory flocks seek warmth, Subaru's symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive keeps drivers soaring through the wild. During the migrating season, Subaru's hunger for adventure grows exponentially, driving the intrigue.
Cheers, hockey fans. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Leafs and the Golden Knights from Vegas. Please let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Hope you're having a good time hanging out with tons of hockey fans, mostly the best fans in the world, the Toronto Maple Leafs and their fans. Thank you for letting us know in the chat where you're watching from. Put your flag emoji out there if you can on your phone. I want to see Canada flags all over the place, as well as all over the world internationally. Put your flags out. Everybody in the U.S. will see your city and state. Now let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go! We'll see you back in there.
With Econ Mode to maximize fuel efficiency, I'm free to explore. And with tons of cargo space, it's easy to pack for getaways. My dog, camping gear. It's like I've discovered a wild, adventurous side of me. Whoop, Alice is excited too.
Lease the CRV LX two-wheel drive for $99 weekly at 2.99% APR for 28 months with $2,000 down. Offer includes $1,500 lease bonus. OAC conditions apply. See HondaOntario.com.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Domi! That was up the rebound. Scores! Max Domi!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Fraser Minten and William Nylander have scored the goals, and now Aiden Hill has gone to the bench in favor of a sixth attacker with the faceoff coming in the Toronto zone as head coach Bruce Cassidy goes with six attackers. Tavares will take the faceoff. Holmberg out there as the puck is won by Vegas. At the blue line, just kept in. Bouncing puck stolen, pushed to the line and out. And now a race for the puck and a shot at the empty net. Scores! August Holmberg hasn't scored on a goalie, but has an empty net.
Took a while for the Leafs to corral it. Vegas couldn't seem to get a handle on a bouncing puck in the Leafs zone. And the Leafs eventually work it out, bank it off the left wing boards. Holmberg is the first to it and got there, Joe, with enough time. It was Holmberg that really was the one that was able to tip it out and then track it down on the left wing boards right in front of the penalty box. But he had enough time to look up.
And then he thought, maybe I should get it over the red line. Yes. And then thought, well, no, why not go for it here? And managed to chip it home. Marner gets the puck out at center. Vegas sends it back into the Toronto end. Wall unable to trap it back to the goal. The puck comes in front of the net. Taken to safety now by Marner. He has it around back of the net and pushes it out now to bring it out at center. Bank pass ahead and in for Holmberg. Turned over and sent back in now by Vegas. And they'll go back into their own zone. The Leafs are changing. Played by Korzak back into his own territory. Out at center, Nylander rubs his man off the disc and Howden. And the Leafs have it back in their own zone. Talk about a gut check game with all kinds of injuries. Now the turnover and the injury denies. And yet the Leafs battle through all of this to take a 3-0 lead into the final 2 minutes of the third period.
Assisted by number 16, Mitch Marner.
Marner with his second point of the game. And Tavares with his second assist in the game as well. Played out into the Vegas zone. Off a stick, no icing. Hill gave the puck away back of the net almost. Comes to the near boards as Dewar almost got a bit of a gift there. Played out at center ice. And now here's Dewar dropping it back. Morgan Riley skates to center. Shot in and around the boards. It goes to the far side with 1.5 minutes to go in the third period. Vegas playing it ahead. Off a stick and down into the Toronto zone. Wall able to free it up. Robertson got it off on the wing and the pass back for him went too far. Back of the net, Robertson centered. It comes back to the point to Benoit and his shot was blocked. Benoit able to keep it in. Round back of the net, a centering pass. Oh, and a great chance there for Holmberg again in front of the net. Robertson, far corner, comes out of the corner with it. Still with it as he eludes one. He eludes two. Back to the point. It'll come over for Benoit. Benoit with a shot into the glove of Hill to stop play with 42.6 seconds remaining in the third period. And one bit of business to complete in a 3-0 Toronto lead. 31 shots for the Vegas Golden Knights, 26 for the Maple Leafs, but a much better third period. Yeah. Obviously, they've scored twice, but territorially.
And Vegas has the best third period stats of anyone in the league, Joe. Coming into the game, they'd outscored the opposition 31-13 in the third period. So for the Leafs to turn the tables on them and not only protect the lead, but add to it.
They're also
admirable.
Yeah, in the league, they're number one this year in come from behind. 7 times they have come from behind to win games. So you're right, your point's well made. Puck along the boards. Steves from a sharp angle, shot it wide, kept in at the other point and sent around back of the net. Alex Steves back to the point and now to Benoit on the left wing side. Benoit just rolls it in. The Leafs trying to play keep away here with now 14 seconds left in it. Played back in behind the net. Good forechecking here by Alex Steves. And Lawrence, who takes a glance at the clock, and time is going to run out. Joseph Woll gets his second career shutout. And the Toronto Maple Leafs pick up an important 3-0 whitewashing of the Vegas Golden Knights. 3 stars brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care.
Well, I think there are a lot of stars in the Leaf lineup tonight, but to try to juggle them up and put them in some sort of order, Willie Nylander, another multi-point game, 2-point night. Star number 3 for the Leafs. Star number 2, Joseph Woll, 31 saves in his second career shutout, and his best game of the season. You know, where he looked sharp, in control, rebound control was great, and the guys in front of him were great. But I think when you score your first goal in the National Hockey League and it becomes a game winner.
I love it.
He got into 4 regular season games last year. A tough start to him getting injured before training camp this season. Fraser Minten is star number 1.
You're just an old softy, aren't you? You're just an old softy.
That's a part of me.
Yeah.
You ever watch Old Yeller?
Let's just move on and get this one done, shall we? And an invitation to join us on Sunday night, 7 o'clock start, as the Leafs will entertain the Utah Hockey Club.
Yeah, Saturday off.
Yeah. It's great because Notre Dame plays Army on Saturday night. Yeah. This is the best Christmas present ever.
That's what I was thinking.
No, you weren't.
Hey, can I get one quick story?
Yeah.
Paul McIntosh, who's a scout here with the Dallas Stars that I've known for years. We all have our nerd, our inner nerd. And for me, it's taking the video game that's on PlayStation and creating entire seasons from the 70s. Hockey. So 74-75 season I'm doing now. Paul McIntosh played his first NHL game with the Buffalo Sabres that year. And I told him, I said, I just created you today.
Nice.
And I put you on the roster.
Nice of you.
He said, are you kidding me? And he showed me a picture of a brick that is in the building in Buffalo. The date of his first NHL game was 50 years ago today. And I created him. I'm not saying he owes me, but I think that's a pretty cool story.
That is scary. That's scary. All right. Well, Paul, congratulations. All right. I don't think that Eilidh Forfire and Justin Cuthbert will have anything near as good as that.
And I don't think they'll care nearly as much.
No, exactly. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Smooth enough for the sheets. Gritty enough for the streets. The hottest hand-selected hip-hop and R&B fire of the moment.
Not for Memphis, what you know about me?
Sirius XM, The Heat. Channel 46 or at home on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, and other internet connected.
What's up, insiders? What a night. Dion. Cheers, Dion. Good luck to your Golden Knights the rest of the way. Appreciate the trash talk, but it's our night. What a win. 3-0 Leafs. Absolutely beautiful. Man, what a start. Fraser Minten, his first NHL all-time ever goal. His first career goal gets the Leafs on the board, and that's all Joseph Woll would need because Joseph Woll said, that's it. Shutout. We got this. I mean, we were even talking shutout in the chat in like the first period. I'm like, shh, quiet, keep it down. We had it. What a night here in the chat. Big shout out to Jose Duarte. Thank you, Jose, for the support, man. Huge super chat, $20. Absolutely amazing the support. And Veronica, Miss V, so great to have you back. Cheers, Veronica. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight and from Vegas there as a Leafs fan. Love it. The emojis are back in the chat. You and Mark Duffney got the wave going. Love it. Beautiful. Brad Smith, Northern Farm Girl, thanks for hanging out with us. Joe Mama, Christine, Trevor Simmons, Wilf, Rav61, Brad Smith, Lucius, Random Hockey Fan, Brenda J, Steve A, Steve C, Elizabeth. Absolutely beautiful. Love this community, guys. Thank you for being here and helping me create this amazing community where we get to hang out live every single night that the Leafs are on the ice, chatting it up, cheering on our buds together during the live feed of the game and the best audio feed that you could ever imagine. The best in the business, Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph. All right, let's get on to it, guys. I'll take you back to the post game. I'm going to let it run. As always, watch out for Jelly's highlights. Jelly will be posting probably 5 minutes before Sportsnet gets it out there. So look out for that. I'll pin it as soon as it comes out. I'm going to pin it here in the chat. Thank you again, Jose Duarte, for the super chat. Veronica D. Go Leafs, go. Great night, great win. Beautiful. We'll see you guys on Sunday. Ooh. No Saturday night hockey night in Canada. What the heck? Man, Pike, see you again soon. See you on Sunday, Pike. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Can't wait to party with you, brother. Send me some bars, man. Send me that email. Let's go. It's getting close. We're at 60. Before you get that email to me, we might be to 70. All right. We'll see you guys real soon. Go Leafs, go.
Saturday. On Friday, ATVs, travel trailers, and more. Then on Saturday, cars, trucks, SUVs, commercial and industrial equipment are up for auction.
1,700 going once.
Bid in person or online and preview the entire lineup Tuesday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Complimentary breakfast or lunch for all early bird registrants. It's the most exciting way to buy a vehicle. Visit NorthTorontoAuction.com.
So.
Toronto, your perfect steak awaits. This December, Chop Steakhouse and Bar opens at 181 University Avenue. Enjoy steak seared to perfection, handcrafted cocktails, and fresh seafood in a modern, vibrant setting. Whether it's a dinner out, happy hour, or late night cravings, Chop is your new favorite dining destination. Visit chop.ca to view our menu and learn more about downtown Toronto's newest, hottest steakhouse. Chop Steakhouse and Bar, opening soon.
At Newboro, we develop unique plans so people can unlock the equity in their home. Unique like this one. It's called the Jacksons Plan. Christopher and Gabrielle's son is off to school to play soccer and study engineering. Go Quinton. They were juggling the cost of school, their current debts, and needed a specialized plan of attack. So now, while others only dream about goals, Quinton can score them. Reach out today. We'll work side by side to unlock the equity in your home.
Use your home to get a loan with New Borrow.
License 13115.
Save big at Shoppers Drug Mart's Black Friday Super Sale. Shop November 22nd to 29th and enjoy big savings on the products you love. Plus, open your PC Optimum app, shop your offer, scan, and earn 20,000 points. That's a $20 value. So whether you're shopping for the holidays or your favorites, you'll find really great deals throughout the store, especially since we've dropped prices on hundreds of everyday essentials. Head to Shoppers Drug Mart for the Black Friday Super Sale. Save big, leave happy. Conditions apply. Details in store.
Hey, this is David from Whitby. I really don't want another pair of socks this year, so if anyone in my family hears this, what I really want is a Thermea Spa Village gift certificate. And if all of my loved ones hear this, and I end up with 3 or 4 Thermea gift certificates, even better. Cool.
This holiday season, give your loved ones what they really want. Give the gift of Thermea. Visit thermea.com/Whitby to purchase a gift certificate. Take good care.
Hi, this is Greg Carrasco from Oakville Infinity Nissan. If you're looking for a used car, you need to hear me out. Why, you may ask? Why should I listen to Carrasco? Well, because right now, if you finance any used car from us, you don't have to make a payment on approved credit, of course. Up to 90 days. No payments, 90 days. This is an incredible offer. Take a payment vacation. There's something happening here at OakvilleNissan.com.
All right, welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, the fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Eilish Forfar, Justin Cuthbert. Maple Leafs with a 3-0 win over the Vegas Golden Knights. A first ever NHL goal for Fraser Minten, a Joseph Wall shutout, a William Nylander goal, and Holmberg pots an empty netter. And a lot of other things happened, but those are headlines.
Yeah, it was a great win, honestly. Like, this was a tough game. Clearly, with a bunch of Marlies, you're a little bit undermanned. But the Maple Leafs get a shutout behind Wall, a first goal for Minten, stand up for themselves, despite a little adversity.
Little snot.
Lots to chew on, too, with a lot of good impact from guys who weren't supposed to be in this position.
Most definitely. Okay, let's take a look at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. Bet365 must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit HonixOntario.ca.
Yep, late night. The Carolina Hurricanes beat the Philadelphia Flyers 4-1. Late in the third, Dallas clinging to a 3-2 lead over the Sharks. It's early and scoreless between Nashville In Seattle and still to come tonight, Buffalo and the LA Kings.
Okay, our next Sportsnet 590 The Fan Molson Leafs hockey broadcast is 1 week from tonight against the Florida Panthers. Maybe Austin Matthews' return. We'll just hold it close to our chest. We don't know for sure, but we're hoping. Okay, let's send it over to Leafs Talk with JD Bunkus and Sam McKee. I'm sure they'll have some ref talk for you as well. You've been listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Many things from this one. You want to just dive right in? Because there's like a million things to get to, so no foreplay, just go right to it. Go to the hit. No, just get right to business, baby.
No, I don't want to start with the hit. I don't.
What? The people are waiting for the hit. The chat.
Yeah, buddy, you talking about foreplay. You gotta, make them earn it a little bit.
Wow. Okay. I think you just start hot. You go right into it.
Here's what I'll say. That's that's an impressive victory for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Sure was.
Totally that is a, you are playing with a borderline AHL, not borderline. I guess there's some NHLers in your lineup clearly at the top, but below the real NHLers, it is mostly AHLers in your forward core. You're missing 6 regular forwards from your starting lineup. One of the better teams, heavier teams, a Stanley Cup caliber team comes into your building on one of those classic out of conference, midweek games that are such lull games for the Leafs. And they, with the help of Joseph Wall, they play an excellent game, I thought, for the most part. There's a few chances where they bled. That's going to happen when you have an AHL lineup for some of it. But I thought that's another really impressive victory for the Toronto Maple Leafs. That one snuck up on me. Did not see that one coming.
I love my cross-sport references.
Yes, give me one.
This one reminded me of when the team has the the backup quarterback's down and injured.
Tyrod's in. Tyrod Taylor comes in.
And they bring in a guy that the world's like, this guy can't do it. They're not going to be able to do it. They're just a backup. And then the whole team just plays hard. And they come out with the victory. Just like the Toronto Argonauts when they won the Grey Cup, baby.
Argo.
Yeah. They had Nicky Arbuckle in there. It was on my podcast tomorrow, and they got the W. It was money. It was funny. This was a perfect hockey game for me, just from the sense of you had new faces that injected some excitement into what is, I think, a kind of a bit of a lull in the schedule. Fans been waiting for this game. It's been 3 games in 13 nights or something stupid.
Yeah.
They still don't play now until Sunday night. You get a couple of fresh faces in there who some people are excited about. You and I are excited about Gurbenkin. We're excited about seeing Fraser Minten and what he can provide. That line was lighting it up for a short period of time down at the AHL. You get your goaltender who gets a weird start and he gives you a shutout and just a good quiet night. It's a chippy game where this team actually responds and fights for one another after a bad moment. It's a game where you see the coaching show up, where they're blocking shots and they're digging in defensively and they're digging in the corners and playing tough. Nylander's flying around doing his Nylander things. So the Tampa game.
Cook, baby, cook. Cook, baby, cook.
Keep it going, baby. The best game of the season, but that was my most enjoyable. I was just a full enjoyed watcher this evening. I was glued to it. I was totally just having a blast. That regular season hockey is back. That was so incredibly fun. So I was very, very impressed with tonight's game. Let's talk about the hit.
No, just quickly before one more thing.
Yeah.
Even Berube this morning in his pregame or like this morning skate availability alluded to young guys breathing life into a lineup, right? Like you can have that effect where guys come in and people want to play for them. And it's human nature. You want to make sure these guys have good NHL debuts, their first NHL game or like their first of the season, like it was with Minten. You got your quote unquote backup goalie in net. You want to make sure he has a good night. Like it's just, there was enough change in the lineup to breathe a little bit of life into them. Yep. And boy, did it ever. So now we've done our
more takes on that later.
We've done our foreplay. It's time to get to the main event.
More takes on that later, but now the moment you've all been waiting for.
What is this?
Your tweets and a bunch of
it's just a bunch of people.
You're in there though.
Oh, it's at the top. Yeah. It's at the top. It's at the top.
For people listening on the podcast right now, we've done the producers did something we haven't seen before, which is they have taken a bunch of tweets and smattered them across the screen for people being mad about the refs. So anyways, we don't talk about the refs, but it's time for ref talk.
That was great, guys. Good job. A little creativity there. Don't mind it.
I'll start with this. People got to go see your tweet because it's so good. Because if you didn't see the Jay Leno thing, you and I were sending each other different Jay Leno memes all day. So we were primed for a great Jay Leno tweet for you because you and I sent, I don't know, I probably sent you like 5 different Tony Soprano.
The Jay Leno thing is the funniest thing that's happened in a really long time.
It's so funny. You can never convince me that Jay Leno didn't have the exact episode of The Sopranos where he's got the friend from the sporting goods store who's like, keeps getting lines of credit. And then Tony makes him buy all the airline tickets. And then there's that moment where he tries to like, oh, Tony, our kids go to school together. He grabs him by the collar and shakes him and shows him what a monster he is. Jay Leno had one of those moments.
100%.
Sure. But yeah, you had a great tweet at Sammy McKee. Okay, I'll let you go. Like you tell me what you think.
So I've watched this 100 times and I'm watching it here again now.
Yep.
And I've been watching my hockey my whole life. And for a huge part of my life, this was a fantastic hockey hit. This is a perfect bang bang play that, you're happy about. That's a hit that you're happy about.
Mm-hmm.
I have a hard time as like an old school hockey fan being like, oh, that's brutal. That's a major, throw him out, this and that for that hit. But by today's standards, an elbow where the principal point of contact is in a guy's face, elbow rising up, feet off the ice, it's a major penalty. It's just a clear major penalty. And for them to even go to the iPad and have a look at it and still determine that after looking at it a million times, there's nothing there, I disagree with it. I just disagree with the decision that they made. People are up in my mentions being like, oh, your Sportsnet colleagues, are you going to bury them? No, they can have their opinions. I'm not going to they think it's a clean hit. That's fine. I don't think it's a clean hit. You're allowed to disagree with people. I don't understand by today's standards how that's not 5 in a game. I don't think it's a war crime by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think it's an awful play, but it's still a major and he still should have got the game. That's how I feel about it. You?
I will be the bad guy. You need
Who's
people
the bad
like,
guy?
You need people. You need people like me. I agree with what you're saying. I think that there's a lot of layers to this. One being that Leaf fans have been feeling for quite some time, going back to Nazem Kadri, that there's a double standard with the way that the league office handles the Toronto Maple Leafs and the way that they handle everybody else. And so I think I can understand that frustration as well as anyone, right? And I've been somebody who has gone on record many times with not just like for the show joking about it. I genuinely do believe that this is a conspiracy that's true. And you can make that a bozo. Lots of people have conspiracy theories that make them bozos. Mine is that George Peros genuinely adds a Toronto tax to fines and to hits, and that is a very real thing.
Yeah.
I think that coming off of the Reeves hit, coming off of that, what do you call, like that context of where Leaf fans are at, coming off the fact that like Nyes is a fan favorite and that there is point of principal contact to being to the head. I get it. Like I'm not going to tell anybody, this is not a hill I'm dying on here. Like if you would have told me he's out for 5 in a major, I wouldn't have batted an eye, right? Like you said, that's the new standard of the game. Yeah. But when we're breaking it down slow-mo, I'm just saying I can understand where the refs are coming from on this one. I'm just sorry. I'm not going to be bullied into a take that I don't believe in because the internet is mad. This is the way that I see it. Okay. And again, everyone can have their own interpretation. Nyes peeks down. He takes a look down at the puck and he's flying through the neutral zone and the defenseman steps up into him. He doesn't put out a chicken wing. He keeps the elbow tucked and he kind of like makes the contact with his like chest and his head at the same time. Like, I don't know if it is immediately to the shot. The elbow looks like it extends in the post when we're breaking it down. And even the feet launching thing, just to me, again, just my thing, it looks to me like more like he's leaving his feet like after they make the collision. But whatever, he is launching into him. So again, like it's not a hill I'm dying on. I don't think that this was like when I first saw it, I'm with you. I went like, okay, that's a major. I think that it depends on kind of what you want from the league. Do you want them erring on the complete side of caution with hits like that and throwing guys out every time it's one of those? Or do you want them going the other way? And personally, like I'm the type of guy who would rather have it where like that's not throwing you out of the game. So it sucks. I hope Nyes is healthy. He's been the Leaf I've enjoyed watching the most this season after Stolarz. But I can't pretend that this was the most horrific hit I've ever seen. I think that what you're talking about is bang on, which is that it just feels like such a double standard when this does not look like materially different than Darnell Nurse and Ryan Reeves, which I do think was worse, but not by like an aggressive margin.
No, Reeves is clearly worse.
Yeah.
The result is worse with Reeves, where there's a bloodied guy on the ice and he gets his shoulder into his head and the head is, but like this is a millimeter away from being that situation.
Yeah.
I will say, like, Gaz alluded to it on the panel, and I thought the guys did a good job.
So I can't.
Okay, Gaz alluded to it in the panel when they're breaking it down, and he mentioned Nurse as well. Like a huge part of this is guys not expecting to get hit anymore.
Yeah,
and like look at the two spots that these guys get rocked in.
Mm-hmm.
Like I saw a clip of I forget who it was talking about it, but they counted the steamboats. Maybe Shane O'Brien talking about Nurse coming around the net. And he had his head down coming around the net in the National Hockey League for 3 full steamboats. Mm-hmm. And it's like, well, what do you expect to happen? Yeah. And much like this, how many hits in your life watching hockey have you seen in this exact spot?
Yeah.
That's like the number one spot where guys get hit, and he's just flying through the neutral zone with his head down. So he takes some responsibility. But I also think that it takes some responsibility from the guy hitting him to not get his elbow into his chin, which it looked like was a principal.
Same with
exactly.
The yeah.
Both guys take some responsibility on it. And just with today's standard, I think it's clearly a 5 in a major. Do I think it's a suspension? No, I don't. Yeah. I think if you give him a 5 in a match, that's fine. I think that's a fine outcome. But for him to come out of that with nothing and the Leafs to go on a 4-minute kill, that's a tough pill to swallow for me.
Dude,
that's a really tough pill to swallow.
When that happened, when they threw the Vegas power play graphic up, I was like, oh, the guy in the truck screwed it up.
Yeah.
I sat there for and then I counted the players. I was like, what? I was like, I was very confused as to what was happening in that situation and how they called it that way. So to me, had they called it what? No, I was just going to say, had they called it a major, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, I can't believe they called that a major. The league's gone soft. The hockey's ruined, blah, 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 blah. But if they didn't call it, you and I were texting as it happened, and I was like, I don't know, man. He didn't get the elbow out to me, and where does he leave the feet? To me, people are really, I think that there's a hardcore split, and that there's always going to be. One is I would guess. You're
watching on YouTube. We just put up the Reeves on. That is so hard.
That one is so clear that he goes head, shoulder to head first, right?
Yeah.
I'm just, again, can we not just be fans and then also look at these things with logical eyes? That's Ryan Reeves' shoulder going right into the head. This one is he's meeting him in the chest and the head at the same time. You just can't tell me that it's otherwise. That's right there in his chest and his head. The elbows meeting both those spots. So it's a tougher one for me. It just is.
I think one of the main complaints I get from Leaf fans, and being a Leaf fan myself, is just the inconsistency.
Agreed.
And I think that's what everybody feels with officiating in the NHL, that it just feels like regardless of who you have on a night-to-night basis, you have no idea which it's going to be.
100%.
And Leaf fans, add this to the list of refs that Leaf fans hate, but I got a lot of shocker. It's Eric Furlat tonight. So whenever there's a name, there's a name dropped, I'm like, oh, he must have done something bad, because I know the Wes McCauley stuff with, the whole Keith thing and all that.
Dude, that was real too. That was another conspiracy.
Yeah, I was in on that one. That was a good one. And, there's that other, I forget the other ref's name, but there's a few that Leaf fans, but I definitely know Eric Furlat. So that's one that people were tweeting me about. But yeah, it's just inconsistencies. I thought it was definitely enough to be a major, and they didn't call it. And here's the thing. I hope Nyes is all right. I will say the first initial shot, I don't know if we can bring that back up there. The first initial shot of him sitting on the bench, I would say he looks like he's all there. I wouldn't say that he looks like he's totally scrambled. I think he's just kind of catching his breath, being like, what just happened? He's kind of he looks like he's got his wits about him. He leaves the game. He doesn't come back. The way the Leafs handle these situations, they're very, very careful, very precautionary with this stuff. I'm not too worried about him. He's a big guy. I would imagine he'll be back at practice, and he'll probably be playing soon. I'm not too worried about it, but you really hope it's not a long-term thing, because boy, see, look at him here. If you're watching on YouTube, he's looking around. He looks I thought he was
fine.
I thought he was fine too. So hopefully he's all right, because they need him, especially with this lineup with the rest of the AHLers in there. But hard hit, bang play. It's a fast league out there, man. Like, God, that's a hard hit.
So this is the only point I'm trying to make is I know this will be a very divisive hit. I'm fine with the chat. Just light me up. Bozo, don't know it.
It's a fine take. I honestly, I agree. No. Like, it's fine.
But again, I understand people being fired up about it and being pissed off about it. And like you and I are the same. Like we're both pissed off with the inconsistencies in the league too. I do think that it was enough that it could have been a major, especially like you said, with the context of the league. I can't lie and pretend like I don't see this from the league's perspective at all. And can't understand like for the life of me, how this is a thing. Like I've watched it 100 times like everybody else. And I think that this is actually like, it sucks because a guy got hurt. Clearly, because Nyes had to leave the game. But I actually think this kind of stuff for sports fans is actually generally like pretty enjoyable debate. And when people get so pissed off that the other side doesn't agree with them, I'm like, I don't know, man. It's sports, sports take. But anyway, I fully, like I said, I will be the bad guy.
Who's the bad guy?
I will be the bad guy. You know what I really loved about it though was how the team responded afterwards. Yeah. And Timmins took like an egregiously dumb penalty.
He's horned up. He was horned up. He just wanted to kill somebody. Everybody wanted to kill somebody for 10 minutes after that happened. Yeah. They were running around, and he wanted to do it.
Can I give you a take? Does it not feel kind of more like Tavares has been more the captain than ever before? Since they stripped him.
I couldn't agree more. Like the Leafs captain is, over trying out for striker for Bayern Munich, and this guy's out here actually fighting guys over a hit. And, I will say that neither of us were super high on that decision. I think we are both like accepting of what happened, but I don't think either of us were thrilled that it happened.
Hell no, you got to respond like that. Your guy got knocked.
No, I was talking about the captaincy being stripped from Tavares.
Oh yeah, that. Sorry,
yeah. And I think his play outside of the few games where he came back when he was clearly sick as a dog and lost 10 pounds he did, he's been stellar and he's playing hard. And tonight he looked like the captain out there, and he's in there fighting. He's great on the power play, almost scores. He's got to play first line center now. I'm so impressed with this. Like this never used to happen.
I absolutely love it. I love that he gets in the mix there. But there's two things I want to say out of this scrum too. It's like we've criticized the Leafs so many times for not getting each other's backs, and they had the famous game last season where it was like you're not the Bruins, and the Bruins make fun of you, and they're like you guys are cowards. And then Morgan Riley snaps because they're like, oh, you think we're cowards, so now I'm going to do this, right? It's got this big ripple effect. That felt just real. Like that felt like not forced. It just felt genuine. And part of it too is that OEL he's like, yes. He is a sneaky.
He loves it.
Run the tape again. Watch OEL on this scrum.
All right, guys. I had to pause the post-game show there for just a second to just do a quick shout-out. Make sure you guys check out Jelly's highlights on the link that I pinned in the chat. He's already up. Beats Sportsnet. Beats everybody every night. Best highlights timed up with Joe Bowen's commentary. Nothing better. Go over there, share that link out as well. And I just wanted to say it's a night of thank yous over here on TSI. Man, wow. What a group of people we have here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you all for being here. 1,314 likes so far tonight. Awesome. On a random Wednesday night hockey game against Vegas. Yes. 1,300 likes. We're going to pass 30,000 views on this live broadcast. Unbelievable stats tonight. TSI gang, thank you so much for sharing this link out and getting more people here in the chat hanging out with us. Also, thank you to Great Kate for bringing me some ketchup chips. Yes, Great Kate was up in Toronto for the Taylor Swift concert and took some pictures there that I put up in the Raptors stream. Thank you, Kate, for bringing us home the ketchup chips. I love ketchup chips. They're the best, and I don't get them very often down here in Chicago. So thank you all for hanging out with us. 800 people hanging out with us still in the postgame. I'm going to put that back on. I'll let it run to the end, and go check out Jelly's highlights. Cheers, everybody. Go Leafs, go. Great shutout by Joseph Wall tonight, and a great performance by a shorthanded Maple Leafs team. Good night, Leafs fans.
Waiting for radio. There were 12 players.
they're
12 players that had block shots going in the third period, including Lawrence, who had like 4 of them going in the third. This was just such an awesome team effort. I guarantee you they're having fun tonight. They got the whole weekend off until Sunday. Go out tonight, fellas. Enjoy yourselves. You earned it.
Tonight is definitely they're taking Grabank into a bar kind of night, you know? And they're having some fun with the Russian kid that barely speaks English. Like, the boys are having a good time with Grabankin tonight, guaranteed.
Hey, he said it before the game. He was like, if we win, I have good time. If we lose, I have not so good time.
Blows me away the guts of these guys. Doesn't speak a lick of English. All these reporters breathing down his neck. He's like, I'm going for it. I'll just say the things.
Dude, there's something about that style of guy that I just love, who's like not afraid of the microphone. Like, every once in a while we get Russian dudes like this who are like, yeah, what is big problem? Like, I'll just, it's just, I'll say a thing and they just go and do it. So yeah. You want to talk about the young guys now? The game pool. Interesting. Wool got 73%, which I don't disagree with. I just thought it was Nylander today.
Yeah. I think we should mention Wall. Doing this business, you just are wrong so often, more me than most people. Yeah. But like, I did a big thing today on the show about how like I couldn't believe they started Wall in this game. Thought it was clearly a start for Stolars, where it's good team coming in from the other conference on home ice. It's a big night for this is a hard team to play against, as they showed. And I thought it's a Stolars. It's a starting goalie start tonight, and you give Wall the game against the hockey club on Sunday.
Boys, did you get in the Wool shutout? The one highlight lead in the pack is where he gets beat clean. Like, what are we doing?
Anyways, I thought he was really, really, really good tonight.
Yeah.
And I got him full marks, and he's been good for a few games in a row here now. So I'll give him full credit. Still Stolars guys through and through, that, but he was really good tonight. And they needed him. There's long stretches of this game where they really needed him. And I didn't think he was spectacular, but solid. Just made all the saves he needed to make, ends up with the shutout, which is great.
Yeah.
So to go from begging the other goalie to start to do a shutout for the other guy to get a shutout is classic sports talk radio, but good job, Wall. He was great tonight.
So a few things on him. He was awesome tonight. This is like vintage to me, like Joe Wool is back, because he's just calm in the net, not busy, not a lot of rebounds, just like good positionally, basically all night long. Never looked like he was fooled, was tracking it, was moving well, just looked good, just look back. Leafs did a great job of not allowing too much danger in front of him, but also the beauty of good Joe Wool is that this is who he is, where he does make things look easy. Like even that one on Eichel, no rebound, just nice, calm, easy save. He was awesome tonight. I think that it was actually the right call to start him in this spot, given all the rest that this team is basically trying to accumulate here. It was mentioned that Stolars is already at half the games that he's ever played in a season. And we're in November here. So I just don't mind this one being an off night. I didn't have a problem with it when I first saw it. I was actually kind of like, oh, you know what? Giving him one that isn't on a back-to-back and then letting Stolars get a bit of a breather is fine to me. I highly recommend, though, too, people like I'll plug my other show, like the JD Bunkis podcast. I had Kevin Woodley on yesterday, and he's just awesome, dude. Like, he uses the Clearview Analytics. He's a former goaltender himself. Like, he's a great, great guest. One of my favorite guys on goaltenders, like completely around. And he broke down Wool's game, and he broke down Stolar's. Talked about how Stolar's, what he's doing statistically, like if it actually bared out over the course of a season, would be like genuinely historic. Like it's as good as the like top tier goalies, like Vezina winners. That's what you do. You end up getting this. And I was thinking about that tonight when Wool was playing really well, about how, okay, so who are the best tandems in the NHL right now? Like number one, you give to Shesterkin and to Quick still, right? Like there's just no doubt about it. Like for sure. Yeah. Because Shesterkin still is like the guy, and Quick has been unbelievable. And then you go to the other New York team,
Varlamov and I do. And Varlamov and oh my God, his name is escaping me. Can you help me out?
And and then
Sorokin, thank you.
And then so it's like you go those two, and like, is there a gap right now between them and Wool and Stolars?
No, I mean it's hard for me to get my mind around here. Hard for me to wrap my mind around, but this is
they're a top 3 tandem in the NHL right now.
For sure. It's a massive advantage. Like it's a real thing. It's a real thing now, where when Wall was shaky to start, we were not thrilled with his play, clearly, because he was not just looking like himself, but he's working himself back into shape after the mystery injury to start the year.
And Stolars has been camp too. Like he's throwing fire. Like it's understandable.
Yeah.
But this is the guy. This is who I think he is. Like, this is the guy that got people excited last year.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, it's awesome. I'm trying to think of other tandems. There's not a lot of great goalies. Like, you just think of the high end guys with their backups. I guess like Casey DeSmith's been really good for the Stars. So would you go Ottinger and DeSmith? Like, but neither like DeSmith isn't a starting caliber goalie. Like
these guys right now. I went through it. Like I was looking through it during the second intermission. That's why like I didn't see
you did
the
it.
panel.
Yeah.
And I did it, and I was like, I'm sorry, but right now those are the two guys. The only holes that you could give it is being like, okay, well maybe Stolarz isn't sustainable, even though like it totally looks that way, and there's really not a lot of evidence to suggest it's going to fall off. Like his numbers were very much like this last season. Like he statistically was outperforming Bob in a lot of categories, despite it was just fewer games. So I don't know, man. I think that they've really got something special here, which is awesome because God, how many times has it felt like the Leafs were just like if they lost the one guy, they were dead, right?
Yeah.
Like,
even the amount of games they won last couple years with way below league average goaltending. Think about what Samsonov was for long stretches last year.
Yeah.
And it's like Matt Murray was getting big stretches. Like they actually it took, Brad Treliving one off season to fix the goaltending. Wall's a Dubas pick. I'll give him that. But like to pair him with Wall, it's like they're immediately have like a real goaltending team. So
great.
it's awesome.
It's genuinely, especially when you consider that he's on a $2.5 million deal, like the Stolarz. It's just like it's an unbelievable impact. I compared it to like Seattle paying Chandler Stevenson $6.5 million to get them a goal. It's like
I like Chandler Stevenson too.
So did I.
Is insane.
So did your dad. Your dad was very.
I think you wanted to trade Marner for him at one point. Sorry, AMAC. Luke Fox on Twitter is a perfect way to segue to the young guys.
Yeah.
Sounds like the advice given to Nikita Grabankin ahead of his NHL debut was simple. They tell me forecheck, back check, paycheck.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. So this guy might be a godsend as a quote machine, right? Yeah. Like he's going to be good for business. I tweeted this before the game. This guy has big time fan favorite potential because there's an edge to him, right? Like he's got a little bit of that wildness to him, definite wild card. He's clearly got a little bit of skill, and he's big. Like he really stands out. He's a guy, and like it looks like he's got a lot of still filling out to do that he can do with the body. So to me, like Minten scores the goal tonight, and I thought that he was solid. Like he ends up getting power play 1 opportunities. The power play score.
Nick Robertson stewing on the bench, just watching this guy go out there and get the PP1.
Why would they put literally the least impactful guy?
Anyways, continue.
Yeah, just I don't know. I like Minten really stood out, and Minten to me represents something that is so critical for the Leafs moving forward, which is being able to hit on like a young center on an entry-level deal that can provide some offense down the lineup and be defensively responsible. Like the idea of Minten is going to be big, but I will just admit that there's something about Grabankin that just excites me a little bit more.
Yeah, I was just looking at the ice time there. Yeah. Minten ended up playing 15:43 tonight, which is pretty heavy for his first game up in the NHL.
I mean,
for sure. I will say the goal was great, but on the power play goal, I don't know. I probably should have told you to cut this. This is my bad. But on the power play goal, there's a broken play and it goes down. It's a 2-on-1.
Yeah, Minten back checks.
The horse that kid gets on with all like every bone he's got in his body as hard as he can get back. And it's a bad pass over to Kolasar. It's not going to be anything. But like he gets his stick stretched out. He impacts the play. Puck goes down the other way, goes to Nylander, and he shoots it through Aiden Hill's Mack truck of a 5-hole there on that play. But I just love the effort from him. Like, we had Books. You had Books on your show. We had him on earlier in the week talking about him getting called up. And he fits the scouting report. He's below the puck, smart, big enough, got a bit of a scoring touch as you see tonight. Scores the winner for his first career goal. You love that. That's a really great feeling.
But because until Holmberg scored tonight, right? Like that's the first guy that's a depth set because Domi's sitting on no goals. Holmberg was sitting on no goals, and so was Kampf. So it's like that was I'm pretty sure, right? Like that's the first.
I don't think Kampf has scored. Maybe an empty netter for Kampf.
I'm pretty sure that's the first depth C goal of the season for the Leafs centers. Like I'm pretty sure, and he did it immediately. Does it in the first period.
Yeah, Domi's like, what do I gotta do to get him?
Yeah, all the guys who don't score are like, are you serious? I can't just get Nylander to set me up on one of those. Nylander, by the way, on that goal is just outrageously good. It was so funny too because it was just a quintessential Nylander period where it felt like he had the puck the entire time and guys are just on their heels, terrified of him blowing by them. And then he did it. He did the damn thing where it's like everybody's looking at him. And then he just filters one perfectly onto the tape of Minten, gets him his first one. I also, dude, again, like I know we're getting a little gushy tonight. Like we're getting a little, you know,
I don't care.
overly
But
happy.
we do 82 of these a year. We got to have fun on a good win. I'm gushing tonight, bud. Oh gosh.
Seeing a guy get that goal like Minten and like the happiness that he had and just like it made me happy. I was like, I'm an old guy now. I'm so old because I was like, good for this little baby face kid. God, does he ever have a baby face? He's 10 years old. If they were like Minten lied about his age opposite, it was
he's like the opposite of Miguel Tejada.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he's the opposite. They were like,
where did you get this?
Like he does who did it? Jeremy Schaap, where he slides a piece of paper across the table.
Where did you get this?
And he's like, yeah, who is this and how old are you really? If they did that with Minten and they were like, he's 16, I'd be like, I knew it. I knew it. He's 16. He's got like the number one baby face of the league. He was excited. I absolutely loved it. I adored it. And again, I really do think that there's something to fresh air. And I'm actually going to take this take like a step further. And it's one game. And this is insane. And this is what I was going to say more on this earlier.
Uh-oh. You're charging one up here. What do you got?
Ryan Reeves doesn't.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be Minten or Grimbenkin or Steves, but between those three guys, like, again, to me, Ryan Reeves doesn't fight. I don't feel like the Leafs players are safer out there because he's there.
Wow.
Like, like what tonight? What was he going to do? Something different? Like, no, it was they got team. They came together as a team. I don't feel as though the Leafs players are more protected because Ryan Reeves is in the lineup. Certainly when he doesn't fight. I don't think that he's played well this season. I think that the odd time he lays a good like hit on the forecheck, and that's pretty much it. To me, finding these three guys over the next 5 games, I think Minten needs to go down to the AHL. You want to have him develop down there. He's going to get a little longer run because you need to replace Camp and however long you're going to be missing center depth. But to me, it's like I just have a hard time believing that what we're going to get from Grimbenkin and even from Alex Steves is not going to make me feel like, put those guys on the ice more than where Ryan Reeves is at in his career. So it's like, talk about a guy I didn't miss.
I'll disagree with you a bit on Steves. Like, to me, I don't know. Steve's
like this guy AB says those hit dirty checks don't happen with Revo in the lineup. Like,
I mean, there was one big hit that was a bang bang play. Like, I think that probably still happens.
Yeah.
But I think Steves is probably an AHLer, and I think Grimbenkin is the guy that Reeves watching from the press box should worry about because he's a guy that you could play 8-9 minutes a night. That's going to give you an effective sort of physical presence that's in other guys' faces. That's got obviously a little bit of a scoring touch, although he tried to pull it to the backhand and just went straight over top of the goalie tonight. But I think he's got 10 points in 13 games for the Marlies, so he's clearly got a bit of a scoring touch down there. I think that's the guy that you would worry about. I agree with you totally on Minten. The first time one of these centers is back, I want him back down in the Marlies, honing his skill a little bit there. But yeah, I will say you're good to take that take early because I'm sure that's going to be bubbling up here as they go along and these young guys look like they're full of life and good. I don't necessarily agree, but I can see where you're coming from. Totally.
I don't think Reeves provides the Leafs with anything anymore. And the intimidation factor thing is total BS to me. I don't think anybody's like adjusting their style of play for Ryan Reeves in 2024. Just what it is. Like, I think the guy's a good locker room presence. I think he's a popular teammate. I think that he's good for a good forecheck every once in a while, but like he's slow. He doesn't add any touch or goal scoring. I don't think that he has like a presence to him that is outsized. I don't know. I just think that the experiment should kind of be over. The opposite, by the way, if I can do like an extra, you ready to do rapid fire? Or is there anything else big from this game?
No, it's just, we've been spending all this time gushing about the new young guys, but Nylander, Tavares, and Marner again tonight is the 3 guys in the lineup were just unbelievable. Like, all 3 of them were so good.
I'm glad you reminded me to bring that back up, just because as much as the young guys, it was exciting to watch them.
Yeah.
It was so funny watching Nylander specifically play, where I was like, look at the difference of ability of Nylander versus all the other guys that he was playing with tonight. It's very much like they dropped Nylander on an AHL team and he went, whoa, he was there's always great beer league stories of guys who had some dude who played a cup of coffee in the KHL that dropped by their skate for a week,
Buddy, we used to play against this guy Zigzags, guy that played in 2nd division Sweden. I was like, there's no way Sid's better than that guy.
Yeah, that's the thing. And that was Nylander tonight, where it was just like, yo, you don't belong here with the other guys on the ice. It's not really fair. Like, pretty noticeable when he came over the boards. I thought Marner and Tavares were good too. Like, I agree, but Nylander was just the full. It was the full Nylander. I was actually thinking about some Four Nations Cup stuff tonight because did Aiden Hill make you feel great?
Nope, he didn't.
Yeah, but when Nylander ripped that 1-5 here, I was like, oh God, that felt good now. It might not feel so good in a few months.
What's the three crowns on that yellow tarp?
Yeah,
I'm not feeling good about it.
Me just immediately hating Nylander, be like, this guy, yeah. Then coming back if he has success and going, tries harder with Sweden, just being sour about that.
That's going to be a popular conversation at the Tim Hortons in Mimico. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Oh, guaranteed. Okay. Rapid fire time.
Yeah. Let her rip.
Number one. Number one. I have it us. We are going to be 71 enjoyers, but yeah, we already went over that.
Yeah, like them.
But you and I, sometimes we're the agree boys, and we're going to be 71 enjoyers, and I think that we're going to see the good in him, not so much of the bad. But I gotta shout out Steven Lorentz for this game because this was an awesome Lorentz game. Great on the PK. Oh God, that should even be a bigger topic. Is I've got that there, man. Lane Lambert and what he's done with his penalty kill deserves so much credit. These guys battle. They kill a ton of penalties. They're shorthanded again tonight. So to me, a lot of that is like coaching when you're just firing different guys into your PK and it's still working. But either way, Lane Lambert, he's probably been the most under-discussed, underrated part of this season.
Good call.
Right?
Good call.
That the penalty
8th in the league now?
Where are they?
8th, I think. I saw them on the broadcast tonight.
They're even that low because it does feel like the penalty kill is now a weapon. And again, if you want to contrast this team with years past, because you're trying to figure out like where are they better, what encourages you, what makes you feel more confident about this team, like the PK is got to be just at the very top of the list of what is like conclusively different from years past. Yep. So yeah, Lambert deserves a ton of credit. We've talked a ton about Savvy, the power play, special teams, but PK has been awesome for the Leafs. Basically his entire, and Lorentz was just a monster for them tonight.
4 shot blocks tonight.
But he had 4 going in the second. I didn't see after that. I didn't look at it, but some of them were awesome. So he was just phenomenal. So I thought that this was like a real standout Lorentz game from a depth guy. He popped.
It's funny, I was watching, I was talking to Borny the other day, and he was talking about watching some Oliver Ekman-Larsson highlights, or he was watching the 24/7 thing, the newest one. And Oliver Ekman-Larsson scores a big playoff goal in the finals. You remember it against the Oilers. And Oliver Ekman, he clapper hammers it in the ice. It's the Stanley Cup final. And he's like, Steven Lorentz is out in the ice, and that's happening. It's like this guy's playing in massive games in the playoffs. He's a bit player, but during the final, he's playing in finals games. You know what a privilege that is, and how good of a hockey player to get to that point for you to actually get to play in those games. And it's like, it's not pretty, but this is the type of guy you win with in your bottom 6. The guy's out there blocking shots. He's diving. He gets hit in the foot, and then he tries to move harder into the shot, trying to block shots. Loves being a Leaf. He's a very passionate individual. He's already scored a couple big goals for the Leafs this year. You don't need a ton from him, but what he's given them, he's an awesome 4th line player that knows he's a 4th line player.
You and I love the dogs. Like we love those players that just have it in them, that internal, and it's like he's got one of them. Anyway, last thing for me on the rapid fire, I think, is awesome night for Benoit too. Do we have the clip from the first period that I asked you guys for? Yeah, like this is the vintage Benoit that I want, where it feels like he's an athlete, dude. Look at him just track behind the net, bury, and then just give the extra little shove, and then he sticks with the play and is just there battling the entire time, doesn't lose position, gets back in front of the net, hunts out the puck, and then gets the make sure basically that they're getting the clear. This was for sure Benoit's best game of the season. I don't know what else we would even compare it to, but he popped. He looked like the guy that people fell in love with last season. And you can't take him on the lineup after this game. So whatever the Hawk and Paw schedule is, he's sitting an extra one because Benoit definitely earned more ice after tonight.
8 hits tonight for Benoit. Here's what I'll say. This is why internal competition is awesome.
Yep.
Because This is a guy that was pretty comfortable in the lineup last year. He played on a pairing with Jake McCabe for a lot of the season. That's a big part of why I think he was very good, was because he was playing with Jake McCabe, who makes a lot of people better. And I thought that he took a dip to start this year, clearly, but you take him out of the lineup, make him watch for a couple games, and it obviously motivated him, and he was playing super hard. His attention to detail was great. He was checking hard. Yeah, I mean, I think Hakanpää played 12 minutes against the Oilers. He barely played. Like, yeah, you're going back to Benoit, no question, all the way on Sunday night, which is insane that they don't play again until Sunday night.
Plus,
but yeah,
even if
he was great tonight.
Like, again, this is the longest Leafs talk we've done all season. So we'll wrap this up soon. But yeah, you're a Hakanpää guy. That's I want him to turn out great. I think that hopefully, ideally, given his size, what he can do, his track record, all those different things. But you just feel so good about the 6 guys you have if Benoit is going to be doing that. Like, if that's the style he can play, if he can string more of those together, damn, you're feeling good about this blue line, dude. Like, especially in comparison to years past.
Okay, we got to wrap it up. Last rapid fire thing. We've been Gush Fest tonight.
Yeah.
The negative thing I'll say: stay in your damn seats until the end of the game.
Oh yeah.
If you're driving home in your car, listen to Sportsnet 590 The Fan, listening to us talk about this game, and you left that game early, for shame.
You shame the city.
For shame. It's a half empty. It looks like a college game. It looks like it's like a Florida Panthers game.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Yeah, I texted you that. It's just reminded me of just like a half empty, like not real college hockey school where you're like,
absurd.
Okay. And there's like 5 minutes left in the game, and the goalie's going for a shutout. It's like I just don't get it. I just don't. I get the part that so many people are priced out of the lower bowl, and so you get a lot of people who just like don't really care, and they're like, okay, we got to get out of here anyway. I know we bash them all the time, but because you deserve it. Like, you deserve it. It's so sickening. And again, like, you and I grew up very much being like, oh my god, the dream of being able to go sit in those seats, and like, whenever I've gotten the chance to sit in those kinds of seats, I still get to feel like that, like, little kid that grew up going, this is unreal. Just like, this is
stars. The 3 stars are as much a part of hockey as any. Like, stay with the 3 stars always. Must stay with 3 stars. You gotta get right back to where we started from.
You gotta be like an ER doctor, and they are like, we need you.
I'm sure the 2 minutes early you left is gonna make the gardener not busy.
That's what I mean. Like, it's just such a,
for sure.
It's just such a weirdo thing. Anyway, whatever. Again, I know that people in the city are broken by the traffic, but just stay in your damn seats, for God's sakes. You shame us. It's such an embarrassing look.
It is. It's so bad.
One of the games of the year, and you bozos are all just, I gotta get out of here. I'm a big important guy. Like, they don't go to the game, give the tickets to somebody else, for God's sake.
A kid.
Yeah.
God.
Ugh. Yeah, it disgusts me. Anyways. All right. Subscribe to this podcast. Do us a favor.
Young JD. Now they're clowning on you.
Yeah,
I hope
honestly, that kid and I share the deep baby blues. So I don't even view that like that kid. Enjoy a full life of just having piercing blue eyes, because it's not bad. It's not a bad thing to have. Okay. Yeah. Subscribe to the podcast, leave 5 stars, hit thumbs up on YouTube, share it. Leave a comment again about how much you disagree with the hit. I love it. I'll read them. I'll go through it. I'll read tonight's YouTube comments. So I'll fire through that.
You're a brave man. I've never gone through that.
Hey, listen, like I said, I'm not afraid of disagreement. I'll go check it out. So yeah, you can leave the hate. I'll go parse through it tonight. Some of you guys are just licking your chops.
Oh yeah. Why did you say that?
I'll read them. I'll read the comments tonight. That's what, if you leave the comments, just juice it up, share it, do those things. I'll read them. I'll read the comments tonight. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. For me, follow me on Twitter and Instagram at JD Bunkus. Follow Sam at Sammy McKee, and we will see you on Sunday. Weird one, but yeah, Sunday. We'll see you then.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall, from house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations, from your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Oh, Maya. Maya. She loves being cool. 21 degrees is her favorite number. God, she's the coolest, especially at night. So I raised the temp at 10 p.m. because she gets chilly when she sleeps. Maya loves using less energy, and I love Maya. We're basically besties.
With SmartFlow from Enbridge Sustain, you won't have to think about your HVAC, but it will always be thinking of you. With smart controls and zero upfront costs. Visit EnbridgeSustainSmartFlow.com to learn more.
Getting my Honda CR-V has opened the door to adventure. With Econ Mode to maximize fuel efficiency, I'm free to explore. And with tons of cargo space, it's easy to pack for getaways. My dog, camping gear. It's like I've discovered a wild, adventurous side of me. Whoop. Alice is excited too.
Lease the CR-V LX two-wheel drive for $99 weekly at 2.99% APR for 28 months with $2,000 down. Offer includes $1,500 lease bonus. OAC conditions apply. See HondaOntario.com.
Sports Grid Radio on SiriusXM has you covered this NFL season.
A classic AFC North matchup gets Week 12 underway with the Steelers in Cleveland to take on the Browns. The Steelers come into the game as just a 3.5-point favorite. Can the Browns play spoiler at home despite the rough season so far? Make sure you tune into Sports Grid Radio to stay up to date on all the latest.
The place to get the winning edge over the sports books this football season is Sports Grid Radio. Channel 159 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
Tampa Bay Lightning General Manager Julian Brisebois.
Can you tell us something about Nikita Kucherov, the player, the person?
He puts so much time working at his craft. He is looking to improve every little detail of his game, of his skill set. You know, he gets rewarded by being an all-time great player, and we get rewarded by having one of the best players in the world on our team every night.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Robb.
With the Leafs, the fact that they're trying to change some things has made me not make it so life and death every day for this team. In the past, it was like, this is who we are, and then you see the matchups and it's not working out, and you're like, why are things not changing? Well, things are changing right now, and it's going to take some time to get all the way there.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The biggest plays.
What a save!
Hits.
Oh, hard hit.
Goals.
McDavid scores!
Tune to NHL Network Radio for the most in-depth hockey talk on the planet.
He is the GM of the Minnesota Wild.
Insiders.
The revenues and the big business.
And the best analysis on the air.
Alex Ovechkin!
The NHL on SiriusXM. Hear every team and your hometown call. NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91. And on demand with the SiriusXM app.
Score!
24/7 hockey talk.
Kevin Cheveldayoff, Winnipeg Jets. What the heck's with this Kyle Connor? I'm curious what you saw and how it's evolved.
His offensive instinct, really just top end. It's just been one of those guys that, play me with this guy, okay. Play me with that guy, okay. In these last couple of years, he's learned to have the layer of the defensive structure as well. That's just made him a much more complete player.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. Under review.
And nobody in Winnipeg wants to say it, but I'll say it. Connor Hellebuck did not play the level he's capable of in the playoffs. That's a big part of the equation. Connor can play better. He's one of the best goalies in the league. The Jets have been told by everybody, but me, I want that noted, I got this one right, that everyone said they're going to take a step back.
Under review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Coconut. You actually did it. It's simple. People want more from their vacation, right? A Sunwing vacation does that. Why deny the people what they want? And with these Black Friday vacay deals, they'll be sipping a mojito by Tuesday. Book with your local travel advisor or...
Fall for Subaru by enjoying fall to the fullest. Think scarlet, burgundy, amber, crimson and copper, but never, never blue. Because with Subaru's symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, fall is for thick, dark mud splats, terracotta mountain roads, radiant sunsets, kaleidoscopic leaf carpets, and the boldest of adventures. Avoid autumn blues and visit your local Subaru dealership to book a test drive today.
CJCL Toronto. You're on Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Gets in. Like these are all really great players that Brady's had the benefit of playing with. Like, remember, Brady took less money in order to build a team around him. Eli didn't have that luxury because the Giants, they didn't know how to build a team. They sucked. I firmly believe if you would have swapped Brady and he was a Giant and Manning was a Patriot, Eli Manning would still have multiple Super Bowl championships. Tom Brady, he might only have one, and I think that would have been the 2011 team. That 2017 that beat the Patriots, nobody was beating the Patriots if Eli wasn't the quarterback there. The defense held them down for 3 quarters, but under 2 minutes, it was too much time for Eli. I